new adventure. I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
There's no doubt, gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. Adventure. Go, it's my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space. Explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away. We won't see another day. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On the new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On the new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. The night on the terrace, yeah, you had me falling fast.
go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. Space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. Got double vision. I get lost in your eyes every time. Intoxicated by you, yeah. It's electric. Intoxicate me like you do, yeah. Like you do. It's electric. Can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric. I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. I'm up in my feelings. It's electric. You always get the reaction. It's electric. Your aura strikes like lightning. It's electric. No, I ain't got a chance. I got no words, no words. It's electric. Need you in the heart next to mine. It's electric.
Let me go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me. Now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. Let me go, it's my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space. Explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away. We won't see another day. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the FSL World Rift Open Playoffs Day number 2. This is, of course, brought to you by FSL, supported by Intel and Yahoo. My name is Jayz. Joining me right here is Gamernissem. That's right. Got your name this time right.
Oh, yeah. We get 2 days of World Rift action. You guys are blessed. You guys get to enjoy yourself. We're into the playoffs. We're deeper into it. We have 2 more series for us today. And then we get to crown our winners for the World Rift Open.
Yeah, that's right. The 2 series that we have for you. The first one is going to be best of 3, single elimination as well, like yesterday. And of course, for the grand finals, it is going to be a best of 5. So just want to run through the brackets, well, verbally just a little bit, right? So we're currently right now in the semifinals, and NSL going to be fighting against Team Yakult on one side, and then you also have Grindsky, Eris going up against GGTY on the other side, and that is also the series that we will be watching later on.
Yeah, we get to have some good ones. I think Grindsky have been really strong regionally in the competition as a whole. GGTY, I'm a little bit less familiar with the name. I know that Grindsky has like other branches and different like esport titles as well, you know, and stuff with the FSL. I think some of the teams have played in like the Valorant series and things like that. And I might be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong, but I might be. But yeah, they've been playing there, and they've been having some pretty good results across the board. So this is amazing to see that they've been able to field such a strong roster for so many different titles. And I love seeing them play like the Wild Rift game, Their play style has been really exciting so far. And a lot of the games that we've had have actually been very impressive. You know, that level of skill that we've been seeing from them has been pretty much top notch.
Yep, I totally have to agree with you on that. I still cannot forget about the crazy Baron steal from the second game of the first series, and you know the amount of discipline, the amount of skill and macro level that these teams have been showing us has been phenomenal. And now we're all the way to basically our final four right now. And you know, you mentioned about Grindsky having a lot of like successes all throughout the board. In fact, there's one of the main successes I would like to highlight is that in fact they are the Filipinos representatives for the SC Games for Wild Rift, and in fact this is going to be a rematch. All right, this is going to be a rematch, especially during the CIVO national qualifiers where they qualify for the SEA Games, if I'm not mistaken, going up against GGTY.
Yeah, fair enough. You know, we've been seeing a lot of this so far. A lot of these teams that are playing in the Wild Rift Open now have also been playing on the regional stage, playing internationally with other teams from other regions, competing for medal events, right? It's this crazy push into esports in the mainstream on sport titles. I actually think we're going to get into our picks and bans really quickly. I think one of the things that has caught my attention is that GGTY has won the coin toss, but they've chosen the red side, so they're prioritizing those strong early 2 pickups while giving away that strong first pick.
Yeah, giving away the strong first pick, right? Set is immediately locked in by Grindsky right now. It's one of the top laners that I really respect, other than the Renekton. You allow the set to just go all out. You just like, you know, land the combo and smash right into the middle of the enemy team, and it's just so tanky with the haymaker skill, where you just like get a bunch of shields and just immediately turn around these 1v1 duels.
Yeah, you have so much available to you as the set, so it makes perfect sense why you want to first pick that. I also appreciate why GGTY has banned away the Morgana and the Jayz. I feel like here, instead of the Corki, the Ziggs might be a high priority because you're giving that over to Grindsky, Eris, and when you do, then that gives them so much more free space to just kind of clear out waves, give themselves time to farm up. You know, it helps them with their siege as well. I feel like Corki is still a valuable pickup, but maybe the Ziggs should have been higher priority. That being said, Renekton, going into the set matchup, does a few things, right? Has very good ease of execution. It's very simple to be able to use your stun, be able to lock down your opponent, and really help engage your jungler in these fights. So against this set, where it does matter though is that this Renekton does not have shield break. So in League of Legends, Renekton has shield break, Wild Rift does not see shield break yet. So Renekton won't be able to break the set shield instantly and to take him down. That might be a big factor into how this matchup plays.
Yeah, but I feel like with we talk about the Baron lane matchup, right? The Renekton, I feel like you just need to try to land the stun on top of set. I think the stun is more valuable in my opinion to try to break the combo of set, because once you get the set combo all the way up, allow the set to just unleash that wave of combo. That's a lot of damage that Renekton may not be able to hold. That stun is going to be valuable to basically not just shield break, right? There's no shield break. You combo break the set instead. However, let's take a look at the picks currently. Vi being picked up by the side of Grindsky, Eris, Galio picked up as well. On the other side, GGTY will finally lock in the Janna before going to the second phase ban.
They grab the Janna instead, so Ziggs really falling behind in priority. This is really interesting to me. They go for the Vi Galio. Yes, it does set you up for a very clear-cut combination. So you get the Vi in, the Galio will follow through, then the Sent gets to decide if he wants to flank, and then you could probably play for like a secondary engage support. So something like the Rakan would have been really nice. So I think that GTY are doing a really good job banning that one away. It also would have made for a very good safe laning phase, and it's one of the few supports that can roam up and match the Janna at this point of the game. So looking at what Grindsky want to do at this point, they want to get rid of stuff like the Ziggs because they don't want to play it anymore. They want to have things with agency, stuff like the Kai'Sa could do well, stuff like the Varus could do well, things that are relatively safe but can follow up with the rest of the team while they're looking to engage.
Yeah, and you know, I think the Varus would be just nice right here, right? Because if you look at GGTY, they've got the Janna from long range. The Corki does have the package and get good Gatling gun to kind of shred through the wave clear. The Ragnaton technically going in dominance could basically hold down the line. I think the Varus would be nice here, but instead GGTY locks in the Orianna, probably going to be using the Renekton as the ball delivery system to enable the shockwave. However, Grindsky locking in the Nami and the Lucian as well, going into game number 1.
Yeah, you say the Renekton is going to be the ball delivery system, but I think they need something else for that. I think the Jayz does a lot better because the Counter-Strike, you have the survivability. It could have been anything, right? You could have had something like the Javan, something like that could have been come into play to help them initiate. I think Jayz does fine here. So let's take a look at very quickly what these compositions want to do. Grindsky and Eris, pretty straightforward. You have a team comp that wants to walk in, fight you. They want to be able to take control over these neutral objectives around your jungle. Whereas with GGTY, their composition's a little bit more complicated. It's a little bit more complex, right? You have stuff like the Corki, the Orianna that's going to try and scale up. They're going to be able to do some decent damage. Jayz as well. With Orianna specifically, you can work with relatively low economy. Same with the Janna. So Jayz needs to start taking a lot of these resources. So I'm a bit concerned how that's going to play out for the Renekton Jayz matchup, because they want to keep scaling where they can against the set buy. But if set buy plays safe and make sure that they don't get dove, they don't give up too much space, I don't see GGTY getting a good lead.
Yeah, and you know, on top of the Grindsky, right? You mentioned that they want to play it safe. There's a lot of safety nets coming in for the draft. They've got the Galio with the Heroic Entrance, just in case if Vi activated Ultimate and you know Vi gets caught out in a very awkward position. There is the Heroic Entrance that could support the Vi from probably through the mid lane. And Nami with the Tidal Wave, right? You can also use it as a disengage tool to basically slow people down, and the bubble as well. We saw wonderful bubbles, 4-man bubbles that could basically stall the enemy in its track. So that's something that we definitely need to look out for.
Sure, bubbles are massive. To be able to hit those, the Aqua Prison could be absolutely game-changing in a lot of these fights with the way that things are going to play out. But at the same time, I feel like the Janna is going to have good value because it has so much disengage.
Yep, and with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we're entering the Rift right now with, on the other side, Grindsky spawning in the blue and GGTY in the red. I would say that, well, from our point of view, we definitely favor the draft coming out from Grindsky, but GGTY, a little bit complicated, a little bit more mechanics required, and a little bit more farm. You need to try to snowball that Jayz and the Renekton as quickly as possible, whereas, you know, Grindsky played safe. They've got the late range with the Lucian and also even the Nami as well to try to, you know, heal up the Dragon lane at the bottom side.
I wouldn't say that I favor Grindsky's composition. It's easier to play. It's more straightforward for sure. I think that if you look at the composition as a whole, I think that you know, there's a great chance coming out from GGTY to win this one if they can play out their composition well. I'm just curious what that level is going to be like. But knowing them, I think they are going to be a pretty good team playing this one out. Just the difficulty of execution is higher.
Yeah, but speaking of which, you can see Eugen taking a lot of damage from the Corki right off the bat. I think a bit of a misunderstanding, not say misunderstanding, but a miscalculation happening at the bottom side, allowing Eugen to take so much damage. Not sure whether that's going to be a big case, but there is the Nami that could heal, so I think, you know, Grindsky could actually afford to play this small little gambles. I hear a flash being used by Dan. Just try to get out of the way. If not, you'll be dead meat.
Oh, goes both ways, but they jump in. Missed the Counter-Strike. No stun out for GGTY and Rogue. This is the chance for a kill. Another collapse coming in the river.
Yeah, it's just so difficult for GGTY to try to execute, but as long as you miss the Counter-Strike, and now they're trying to look for the re-engage, the bubble doesn't connect to anything, Corki will be able to dash away. So could be said over toward the Orianna, that flash as well, and now Grindsky would try to steal away GGTY's blue.
Yeah, this is really bad. Jayz needs the farm to keep getting stronger and stronger, but missing out the chance to even pick up the buff, and they gave it to the Nami. That's amazing. Support lives matter. You know what? Another thing that we haven't really mentioned is that Nami started with the Sapphire Crystal. Instead of the boost, started trying to go for the Sapphire Crystal, just kind of gives me the idea that this might be them trying to get the Nami to pick up her support items faster. Stuff like the Ardent Sensor to really boost up the Lucian as quickly as they can. So you consider the items that are available for a Nami. You stuff like lockets, stuff like redemption, like boot items. They're saying that we don't think that that's going to be as effective because we're not going to take those situations. We think there's more value in bumping up the power of our Lucian, bumping up the power of our set in these fights, as opposed to trying to use something like the locket. We don't need tanky stats, we need better damage.
Yeah, totally agree with you. Especially when Eugen unlocks a rotation of combos, right? Just so much damage inside Lucian's kick. Lucian must play the role of actually dishing out the damage. In fact, do it to the well will take a lot more damage. This is exactly what we're talking about. As long as we boost the damage of Eugen, allow Eugen to scale very, very easily for the bottom side, for the side of Grindsky. Eris.
You get a lot of control here and a lot of pressure, and because of that, they've been opening up space for themselves. But we do see a bit of a difference because as the Infernal Drake and Rift Herald spawn, neither of these two teams have wanted to reset and start playing towards the mutual objectives. They haven't gone to the mid lane. They haven't been setting up that much vision. It's a very different situation from what we've been seeing so far. I think I could see why that would be the case for GGTY. They just want to keep farming up and make sure that they have the tempo. Whereas for Grindsky Eris, I mean, this is exactly within their wheelhouse. They should be trying to punish the situation and get tempo here.
Yeah, trying to get tempo. It is going to be the ultimate and the activator by Divine. Not much follow-up. Tidal Wave will be able to catch Den, though, looking a little bit low. In fact, the Heroic Entrance will be added. Not enough to save Eugen, though, giving 1 kill over to GGTY.
Oh, no. It's a magic shield. Turret's physical damage. You can't play that way. Oh, that's so devastating. Grindsky have been having such a good start so far. That singular play has just put them behind quite a bit, actually, because now that's going to be Rift Herald picked up as well, unless they rotate over in time to try and stop this. Helgo's going to run over to get the wall down, trying to get a vision that Renekton has to stop this, but they can both double with the wall.
Yeah, but a little bit too late, but Helga is here trying to look for Rogue. Half HP will be forced to flash over the wall. GGTY, they got objective in the Rift Herald, and they have to just walk away.
To get the reset, Corki has the package. They get to run back down towards the Infernal Drake now and try and potentially contest this, but they don't have flashes on two of the most valuable members on the Renekton and the Jack. That's difficult, but full vision of Grindsky means they have a good chance to set up for a Shockwave. It's a good chance to set up for the package.
Yeah, they need to try. GGTY really wants to take this dragon away. Looking at the dragon, looking a little bit low right here as, you know, Grindsky shreds the Janna away from GGTY. Grindsky, Eris still managed to secure the Infernal Drake, but Eugen looking for more. Rainbow looking a little bit low as well, but Vi will fall next. GGTY managed to grab a bit of a hold. Following suit, the Galio as well. GGTY, they take some, but this is Helga that we're talking about. Another kill once again from GGTY.
Would have been much better if the Infernal Drake didn't go down in that fight. If the Infernal Drake was still up and get the reset and come back, I don't think GGTY are too concerned about that loss. But they lose the Infernal Drake through it all. It's so unfortunate Rainbow ran out of mana towards the tail end of that fight. Weren't able to output damage anymore. It's just an unfortunate situation. They didn't have the best reset timers because Brooke and Johns had to go back to base, so not everyone could have left at the same time. They had to have some people stay. But at least we see a few critical items being picked up now. So the Ludens is going to increase their damage output for the next couple of minutes, while the Rod of Ages is still stacking up on the side of Ray Ray.
Yeah, key items have been built up. I totally have to agree with you. GGTY losing the Infernal Drake. If Grindsky actually resetted the Drake, right, I think that would be a win over the GGTY. But now, because Grindsky picked up the Infernal Drake, they should be looking at a more comfortable position right here. Helga will be dishing out some damage on top of this turret, while Oriana goes down in to meet the Baron laner from the Grindsky Eris. It feels like a bit of a lane swap happening right here. Grindsky focusing on the mid lane, whereas, you know, GGTY is sending 2 members, including the Jacks, all the way to the top side.
Probably a little bit better for GGTY because they want to play into a shorter lane. They're in a less vulnerable position. They get to rotate faster to go in and help assist the team. We see what's happening here. There's a collapse in on the top side.
Yeah, the collapse on top, the top side. Heroic's entrance will be activated as well. Tidal Wave sending, knocking out members of GGTY, but the damage from the Corki those, spreading Gatling Gun, spreading freedom all across the board from Grindsky. The bubbles will not be able to hold. Eugen find himself in a very awkward position, if you ask me. Won't be able to find any form of flanks, giving 2 kills over to GGTY.
But still a lot committed from Grindsky, right? They had to commit a lot to that play. Send in the Galio, whereas the Galio, I mean, they lose the ranking, but it's not the worst exchange for them. Now they also get the Rift Herald charge on the turret, so it helps them get closer to picking up first turret gold. the thing about that was because the Galleon was playing towards the top side, there's less opportunity for the Galleon to rotate over. You can only go to one other lane realistically. Whereas with GGTY, because they were playing into a shorter lane, there's more safety on the Corki. The Janna is probably going to be enough to deter a lot of the ganks that come through. And then you get to rotate over and match the timings, and at this point, an even fight is okay for them because they continue to scale up. They're gonna have some really good moments later down the line when the Jayz and the Renekton are both really far ahead. When the Orianna picks up a couple of items, but Corki has the items as well. So it's not a bad situation for GGTY if the gold remains relatively equal as we continue scaling up.
Yeah, totally agree. You start to see the damage coming in from the Corki, right? In that fight earlier just now, Grindsky, Eris, they had the better early game in a sense. Well, early to mid game, they had a good, Inferno Drake fight, but now GGTY slowly matching up in terms of that damage, in terms of that gold. But I really admire how, this Nami using the bubble to try to slow down the Rift Herald. If not, that will be the first turret gold going over to the side of GGTY. If I'm not mistaken, I heard the audio cue that, do it to the world. It's already picked out a package, but see where he'll be able to use it though. Eugen activating the shots would not be able to finish off the Renekton, will be forced to back away.
They do get to go over to the Rift Herald quickly here though, so it's not the worst exchange. Unless Jones picks up the teleport to try and join into this fight, it's going to be a really difficult one.
Yep, it may be a very difficult one. Looking around, Ray misses the dash, looking to try to stall. The Rift Herald looking a little bit low this time round. Grindsky Eris will be still able to secure. The package has been delivered, but find himself in an awkward position. Hellgirl follows suit with the ultimate, will be able to finish off the Jayz from the side of GGTY. And now John Easy, a little bit too low. Try to use the honey fruit, but not enough. The damage from Grindsky Eris is racking up.
And such a good fight for them. Now they get the Rift Herald to escort into the mid lane. Because Rainbow wasn't into that fight, they lost a lot of their potential to combo elsewhere. A lot of damage back onto the fight.
Lots of Gatling gun, lots of liberation, lots of freedom coming out from the side of GGTY. Do it to the world. That Gatling gun damage must be respected by the side of Grindsky Eris.
Is it do it to the world or is it just doi to the world?
Doi to the world, do it.
Just doi?
Doi to the world,
just,
yeah.
I'm just gonna call it doi. Right?
Doi.
So, but now they get the reset and come back and move towards the dragon, so that at least is going to be that Ocean Drake available to them. It's not going to be the most effective, I think. It would be nice. I'm sure the Omnivamp is going to be a pretty good thing to have, but it's not that valuable, right? Omnivamp is one of those things that is just an super expensive stat, so just getting a little bit more of it is going to be a pretty good thing. But it's not game-changing. I don't think it excludes what happened so far.
Yeah, it may not be game-changing, but it feels like GGTY may be losing their life over there. Sad using the ultimate just to push the crocodile right into the snapping jaws of their team. And now GGTY, I'm not too sure whether they want to look for more though. This is not a fight they want to try. Rogue just use a helicopter thing, try to just fly away. But nah, GGTY, I feel like in order to secure that Omnivamp, I think they lost one member, which is not very good for them.
GGTY, they lost Den and they lost Jones, so it's two for one. Getting the dragon, I get it. At least it takes that one away. But because of that, they lose a lot of tempo. It's kind of problematic here because now they lose this auto tier turret as well. I mean, so far the gold has been pretty close, but it actually drops back over to Grindsky Eris at this point in the game, and get the Jayz because they needed to defend that turret, but they overextended and tried were a little bit too greedy to keep that one up.
Yeah, GGTY starting to lose, I would say, ground a little bit in terms of their greediness. You see John Easy as well as Rogue kind of overextended a little bit more. I think Rogue is just like, you know what, I'm gonna sacrifice myself just to try to defend this turret from that one hit, right? And Grindsky is like, you know what, you got a helicopter coming towards me, I'll just take it and, tear it apart, literally, because apparently Rogue cannot fly. The Corki is the one that could fly.
Maybe not yet.
I need to start
maybe
with Apache helicopter jokes.
Maybe not yet, but I believe Rogue will fly by the end of this game, get that Jayz up. Jayz is one of those champions that was heavily popularized by the Chinese region, right? So they came in out of nowhere, they were playing the Jayz, and they had so much efficiency with that, so much, such great results with it, that every other region started trying to pilot that, make it work.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about making it work about it because remember Jax requires a lot of farm. John Easy looking a little bit low. Well, Eugen will just finish her off with the ultimate with the range, and now GGTY forcing the push on the top side. Just Ray tried to defend. Ray knows that she can't really defend. Will force to back away.
So that may not be the best case scenario for me to make my case about how the Jax is supposed to scale up and get stronger. But trust me when I say that this really is the case, you know, like the Jax really did have a point where it was able to smash Game 6 full control. But the thing about that, when we look at guys like Huiba who were piloting the Jax, is that they came in with a different approach entirely. It wasn't about getting themselves ahead, it was about denying the jungler, actively being in position to stop the jungler from getting ahead. We didn't see that from Rogue. The coordination was not there because of the lane assignments that they kind of attached themselves for. That early call he picked up meant that they kind of conceded themselves to having some pretty good trains against the Lucian, but it definitely wasn't going to be enough to get that priority in their lane assignment. So we see a very big issue now, unless they find the mid lane. We saw a very big issue where Rogue couldn't go into the enemy jungle and put the pressure on them. Instead, they saw themselves being suffocated and losing the blue buff at the early game.
Yeah, I think that blue buff literally is the start of the ending for the Jax, the scaling Jax storyline, right? Even using the tidal wave for good measure right there. Not too sure what Grindsky is trying to do, but in the meantime, GGTY hovering around the Baron. They're looking at it. I think they're discussing whether they want to take it, but I think it's a little bit too early on because Grindsky Eris could, you know, see GGTY taking the Baron and just, you know, kill them while they're in the act of taking down the Baron.
Yeah, too greedy to go for Baron right now, but Dragon definitely not too greedy. Falky's gonna go back and pick up the package to get the play for this one. I think Grindsky actually have a really good team fighting composition like I mentioned, so I'm not too concerned about them starting this one up. Instead, because GGTY is behind, they don't have the easy opportunity to just get the Jax and Renekton to split push and apply pressure while this is ongoing. So have to concede that one away. I think package was picked up. I don't see it being used at any point here. The vision control from Grindsky gives them so much knowledge on where Rogue is and where their positioning are going to be that it's very easy for them to position around them. So look at how safe Eugen is, just being around the mid lane and positioning towards the bottom side. The harass and the poke coming in from Gia.
Yeah, it's just vision game, right? Grindsky just has so much vision of, and they know where GGTY is, especially when how GGTY is clumping up all the way on the top side. Eugen just you know, I'm just gonna pick up a few more gold to try to scale even ahead. Just take a look at the gold lead, all right? 11,000 as compared to the counterpart Corki or technically the Orianna is still just 1k ahead, and I feel like Grindsky, they could just take all these fights. They've got the Inferno Drake, they've also got the Mountain Drake as well. That's technically, you know, additional damage and additional defense that GGTY needs to take note of.
So for the next few moments here, what I'm really hoping to see from either of these two teams, I think from Grindsky, I would like to see them continue what they're doing, continue to apply pressure, go in the enemy jungle and suffocate the Jax. What I would hope to see from GGTY is they need to have coordinated push attempts. So as they collapse in on Rogue, the rest of the lanes need to be shoved out, need to be grabbing golden EXP, which I think they are doing for the most part, but there's just not much available for them.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like literally, Brandon, when you mentioned that the fact that Grindsky really want to suffocate Rogue out, there you go. They just collapse on top of Rogue whenever she appears on their map. But GGTY though, they need to try to focus it down. It is gonna be poor little Crocodile getting just wrecked apart by this Mafia boss. Now punching even more. Rainbow goes next. It is Helger unleashing hell on top of GGTY, and on top of that, with this Baron buff, their patience is ended. They want to end this.
Was that a crit? How much damage was that on the Orianna? An amazing amount, I'll tell you what. Grindsky Eris will take down the remaining members of GGTY. The recall from Doi to get back in the base. Rogue is back up, spawn, and jumps onto the Nexus. But Grindsky will end things off and pick up the first win of the series.
GG, well played over the Grindsky Eris. They identified what are the timings that they need to try to hit and punch that Jax right in the gut, and GGTY unable to respond even quickly. In fact, unable to defend. Corki was out of the area, not defending at the place, thinking that, oh, okay, this is just a solid normal push, but Grindsky Eris picks up the Baron buff and then even more pushing power to just end the game right there, right then.
I guess you were right. You know, maybe Grindsky Eris' composition was the better one at the end of the day. You know, you talked like you said like you preferred it. Okay, I see why. I see why. And you know, we look at the damage overall. Lucian is difficult to execute, no doubt. I think Corki is actually slightly easier, and I think Corki had more kills, a little bit more gold, so it kind of makes sense why that happens. And Lucian's a little bit more difficult because you're kind of supposed to be a bit more independent. The way that your spells kind of work, you need to be a little closer range, and you don't get the kind of like inherent safety that Corki might get, but still managed to pilot that really well. So good moves from Yugen. I really like the team coordinated effort. I think Aye, I don't know how that name goes. Divine did an amazing job roaming around the map and being able to stifle the Jax. They did an incredible job making sure that Rogue never got hit. She was always put behind. This might be a sign for GGTY to change up their plans. Game number 2. What does this mean for them? GGTY, I think, should play for something that has better initiation, has a simpler simpler plan for the jungler, and really just trying to execute as a team, because I can see those moments. They fight well as a team.
Yeah, I feel like really GGTY, looking at the draft once again, right, in this result screen, I don't really see anyone that can reliably engage. I know we talked about the ball delivery system. You mentioned about it, right? There's no reliable ball delivery system. You put it on the Renekton. The Renekton's got to melt it down because the fact that Renekton has been losing lane against the set. You put it on Rogue, yes, there's a counter strike with a bit of a damage immunity, but in the end of the day, if they just melt very quickly even before you deliver the shockwave to Grindsky, there is no more damage, and I think that's where they fall apart. Grindsky Eris, they have a lot of options for them to engage. They have the ultimate from Divine to catch people up just in case, like what I mentioned. Just in case anything happens, I got the Galio to come in, and then of course Set is just like, you know, I've been punching things and I'm just continuing to rip you guys apart with my bare hands, and that's all about it for what I saw in game number 1. Grindsky Eris going up against GGTY. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, this is just game number 1. GGTY still have technically 2 more games to prove themselves that they are the better team going up against Grindsky Eris, because this is not only just a rematch, right? This is a grudge match between these two, I would say, in other tournaments. And with that said, don't go away. We'll be right back.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. Got double vision. I get lost in your eyes every time. Intoxicated by you, yeah. It's electric. Intoxicate me like you do, yeah. Like you do. It's electric. Can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric. I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. I'm up in my feelings. It's electric. You are always chemical reaction. It's electric. Your aura strikes like lightning. It's electric. No, I ain't got a chance. I got no words. Need you in the heart next to mine. It's electric.
Let me go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me. Now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. Let me go, it's my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space. Explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away. We won't see another day. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
Welcome back to FSL Wild Rift Open Day number 2. We just watched one series between Grindsky, Eris going up against GGTY. My name is Jayz. Joining me right here is Grandon. Yes, yeah.
No, yeah, good. That's good enough for me. Yeah, I'll take that. We saw an amazing set. Honestly, I felt like Grindsky showed us exactly how you want to play standard Wild Rift. Like understanding the composition that they had, they wanted to take the fight to them, and they played it well. They knew what they needed to do. They won the early game. They controlled the mid game. They won the late game. GGTY, they were holding on. At no point in the game did it really feel like they had strong control of the match. But they did play into the win condition. So it's honestly, I think it would have been fine. Ideally, they want more control. So, two options I think here for GGTY. They get to either decide, hey, we want to go into this and take more control of the game, or we want to play with a different composition, something easier to play, something that is more in line with just taking simple, straightforward fights, playing as a team. As much as we say like, oh yeah, teamwork, teamwork and all that stuff, teamwork comes in many different ways. Being able to play and fight together as a team, if you ask me, is one of the easier things about teamwork.
Yeah, and I like the fact that you mentioned about GGTY, right? Like, it feels like they know what to do in these sort of fight, but in the end of the day, it feels like they're not playing towards their win conditions, and I just always favor like mechanically simple champions. Yeah, I know a lot of people were like, yeah, definitely if you can pull off a Yasuo and just can win, you're so good. But sometimes when it comes to competition like this, if
Would
it's
you
a
play
point
like
click
Akali
stun,
or something?
Yeah, I do. But sometimes if I'm too lazy, I go to Twisted Fate. All right, sometimes if I'm too lazy. But I mean, it goes to shows like you just need to find something that's mechanically simple and easier to execute, and then you win. But I mean, you want to play Akali, fine. There's a lot of things that you need to do. There's a lot of things that you can do. There's a lot of flexibility. But if someone could just one-click stun you, you're basically going to get deleted. So that's what I feel when we talk about, mechanically hard and mechanically simple champions.
You know what? I actually think that sounds more like hit. Right, what you're describing is like the hit of the champion and how that kind of plays in, because mechanically difficult champions can also have those like individual stuns and charms, I think. So like we talk about stuff like Ahri, right? Ahri can jump in, she has a charm, and it's one of the most impactful stunts in the game, because not only is it going to hit the target and apply crowd control, it's also going to draw them close to you, and the range of it is very long. Difference is it's not point and click. So when we I think when we were discussing about this is about like what they kind of provide, what they kind of afford for the team. And so maybe what we want to see here is them changing up the kind of champions that they're kind of prioritizing, because they kind of let Ziggs fall down into the waistline. They went for the Corki instead. The Corki did a lot of damage, don't get me wrong, but maybe that's not what they needed. Maybe what they needed was just something that could keep clearing out waves. Stuff like the Ziggs helps them extend the game, lengthen it longer, so that they're able to play further into their composition.
Yep, and with that said, ladies and gentlemen, I feel like we do have the draft ready for you. So, you know, we got to take a look at what kind of champion, what kind of kit they want to bring into onto the table. Once again, it is going to be GGTY securing the Morgana this time for themselves. Grindsky Eris will take the set. Probably hovering about that. I think the set is definitely a very good pick. It worked very well in game number 1. But taking a look at the bans, it is going to be the Olaf, Camille, and Senna, Ziggs, Jayz, and even the Yasuo taken off the board.
You know, after all that criticism, and then we see Grindsky lock in the Corki, it's like, this actually makes a lot more sense. Why? Because Ziggs ban, Morgana picked up, the Corki rises in priority a lot here. You know, so it's able to do a lot more. I'm very interested if this is going to mean they're going to play the Xayah into this one, because I feel like Morgana as like the 8 main EP carry in the bomb side in the Dragon lane is more than enough. Like, you can have the Morgana just keep shoving out waves, and you can play for compositions similar to what they played last game. Now with the Xayah Morgana, you're going for a hyper carry comp. So they need to draft for now other options, especially in the Baron lane, with a lot of tanky stats, stuff like the Garen, stuff like the Darius that's able to have some crowd control and peel away for your main hyper carry.
Yep, in fact, GGTY locking into that Garen, they need someone to basically frontline for the Xayah and the Morgana. And just in case, the benefit about the Morgana is that that shield that she gives is gonna be very annoying to any sort of CCs that, like, literally what I was talking about earlier just now. But Grindsky Eris is gonna be locking in the Jarvan before going into the bans. I'm okay with this Jarvan. Technically speaking, yeah, you can. Well, the Morgana can block from, you know, stuns and stuff like that, but I surround you with a wall. Technically, that's like a stun.
yeah. You know what? If you don't have a spell that gets over the wall, it basically is a stun, right?
Yep.
I think with what we're seeing now, Grindsky might have to ban away the Rakan. I feel like giving away Xayah Rakan as a dual bot side could be really strong. The Morgana, I know we already see this hover now, but I feel like they should let this roam into the mid side. If Rakan isn't banned out, they get such a strong bot lane duo, and it really plays into that concept of the hyper carry they want to try and go for. Curious if GGTY feels the same way though. They might just go for something entirely different. You know, there's still a lot of options like the Diana that could do really well in the enemy composition now, because you can pull them away, so you can build space for your team. Otherwise, you can play for some safe options. Stuff like the Oriana still works if they want to play for it.
Interesting bans coming out from Grindsky Eris though, banning away the Riven and the Graves as well. Not too sure why they would want to ban the Graves though.
I think because Graves is very similar to Jax. It's supposed to be that big hyper carry scaling up in the jungle. But with the Jax, you know, they have to get into close range, but it offers some crowd control. With the Graves, you don't really have that kind of crowd control, but you have the Morgana Black Shield, so it's easy for you to go and play around that. You're still able to stay relatively tanky, you know, and don't get away from a lot of the crowd control that we see, because stuff like the Flag and Drag, stuff like the pull in from the set are all physical damage, so nothing really breaks the Black Shield on their Graves if they really end up picking for something like that.
Yeah, it's not, I agree with you, right? Like, it similar playstyle to the Jax, right? But now Lulu getting locked in by the side of Grindsky Eris, that's going to be a lot of damage, and, you know, more survivability for, let's say, the Jarvan that decides to jump on the way in. The Cataclysm and the Overgrowth is just one of the nastiest combos in my opinion. But we get to see GGTY locking in the Lee Sin, looking for that early ganks as quickly as possible, trying to gank the side lane to fight against the set, or even at the bottom side if they're going to be drafting the Xayah Morgana. And one point to point out as well is the Rakan still wide open. Seems like they're not going to go for that. They're just going to lock in the Ahri to the mid lane and then Xayah Morgana at the bottom side.
Yeah, Ahri really strong here. I think Lee Sin does decently well too. So I can feel I can kind of get what GGTY is trying to go for. It's a strong composition overall. That being said, do I feel like it's maybe best in slot? I think that maybe some things that could have been adjusted slightly differently for them to get maximum value, but this is still a really strong composition overall. Grindsky Eris, I think for the most part, have gotten basically every strong pick that they wanted to. But it's a composition that's more that kind of screams out I have all the strong picks, you know, but maybe I'm lacking a little bit of team identity. Because you do have some things like you can jump it together, initiate with the set and the Oriana and the Shockwave and the Corki has a lot of damage. But you don't necessarily have any one thing that you do super, super well, whereas you can be exploited in some of your weaker points. For example, the Oriana might be able to have a good combo with the Jarvan, but the set won't be able to have as strong of a matchup as like the Garen Lee Sin or the Lee Sin Ahri roaming into a side lane. They get to have priority no matter which matchup they face off against. So there's some minor details that GGTY can exploit against the Grindsky composition. And Grindsky, I think they just need to play very standard, very traditional, play into their strengths and try to dominate the match from there.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like the one detail that screams to me is that the Lee Sin could possibly kick the Jarvan away, or if it's get trapped into the Cataclysm, and then you're in an awkward position. And don't forget, Grindsky feels like a lot of dive potential coming in. You need to dive with the Jarvan, dive with the set, send the Oriana ball, but then Morgana will respawn with a Soul Shackle, and then you're like instantly you find like easily a 5-4-man stun. So I think Grindsky have to be careful whenever they pick their conflicts, especially when they're fighting against GGTY. With this, I would say it's a more refreshed draft as compared to game number 1.
Yeah, you know, that's actually really interesting you mentioned that because there's not good disengage out from GGTY, right? You mentioned the Soul Shackles from the Morgana, but that's only one thing that really does well against that. So a lot of opportunity to get dove on.
Yep, a lot of opportunity to get Dova. We shall see. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2. Grindsky Eris currently on match point, going up against GGTY. This is the first of the many games that, well, first of the 2 games, if they really want to prove themselves against Grindsky Eris, who beaten them in other tournaments before. And of course, the semifinals, and of course, an opportunity to go into the grand finals. This is that very game.
We start things off with junglers starting on opposite sides. So we'll see AA trying to rotate down to the bottom side. This could be nice for them. They want to try and get control towards the bottom side, but I don't see that being too effective. So maybe just clear out the top side of the map and then try and rotate and pressure the mid lane. That might be the best play for them. Whereas with Rogue has dodged away from clearing the Raptors, going straight to the walls and going for the buff. So just going to get the bare necessity, the bare requirements to get level 3 and start playing in for a gank. I think that is going to give them very quick control over the Scuttle Crabs.
Yeah, I think really want to abuse the fact that you're a Lee Sin, you have very high kill potential in the earlier parts of the game. I feel like for Grindsky Eris, the counterpart just need to counter jungle. So wherever and whenever Rogue is, you want to be there to try to equalize the skirmishes so that you don't have a manpower deficit. But you know where GGTY is now, this Lee Sin could easily rotate all the way up top or even mid to support. You want to scale the Ahri as quickly as possible. But instead, he's going to clear out the Scuttle Crab. We need to see where he's going to be going. She's going to be going.
Yeah, I do feel like the Jarvan maybe feels a little bit lost right now. You know, there's not much for them to get done. Maybe try and steal away the Krugs. You know, that could be a potential option for them. But there's really not that many options left for the Jarvan. So just going back to their camps, trying to clear out the waves.
Iki, Rogue, maybe looking to try to steal away, but she doesn't really have the vision. Well, she has now, but a bit of a miss opportunity right there.
Yeah, needed to wait for the charm, needed to wait for something, maybe get the exhaust down first, force the flash, you know, at least a tray of summoners that would be beneficial for them. No level 5, so that gank doesn't really quite work out the way they want to. Would have been nice if he actually had to wrap the camp to farm up, but that's what happens when you clear out the camps. So see what the difference is now going to be. Java went 1, 2, 3 camps, came back, grabbed 2 camps. And so now he's at 1.8, 1.9k gold as his level 5. He's going to go back to base, come back, and start looking to go play aggressively with his ultimate as well. Whereas you see what's going to happen now with the Lee Sin. Lee Sin's going to be behind, and they need to spend some time farming up to get to a strong point.
Yeah, and now finally this Lee Sin was able to catch up with this Jarvan, but Jarvan's definitely poised and in position to try to gank either the top side or the mid side. But I think good recall timing coming up from GGTY. The Garen will force the back off and now kind of resets the map over back into, you know, step number 1. But I like what GGTY had with their bottom side ward, scouting out the fact that Grindsky Eris has the job at the bottom side. That Lee Sin at the Raptor camp, I think that is really a big missed opportunity. There's so much information over the GGTY. The window just literally slams shut in front of them.
We actually see Rogue trying to make a gank through the lane right now, but it's just going to delay them even further. I feel like, that's what happened. Like, there are no good lane assignments to really play off of. No point click CC. Not if they had something like the Renekton, then this is a very easy 2v2 matchup or 2v1 gank. But they don't have that, so they're playing it pretty low value, I feel like. There's not that much you can get done just by staying there and waiting for and hoping that the set is going to overextend, and then hoping that the jungle is going to come in and fight you. Because now they get to play towards the bond side. They get control and priority towards Dragon.
And now, at the very least, GGTY will look at the Rift Herald for now, whereas Grindsky Eris will return back to pick up the package. Depending on where they want to fight, looks like they really want to take the Mountain Drake instead, whereas GGTY focuses on the Rift Herald. G taking a bit more damage, misses the Dark Binding, misses to not too bad, as AEE just kind of get rooted right there. I think there's a Cataclysm poised to be, activated, but GGTY sneaks away the Rift Herald.
Yeah, they get the Rift Herald in that time. They stall for long enough. Grindsky need to decide what they want to do. If they want to go for the Dragon, they need to just pick that up. If they don't want to go for it, they have to back away as well. Gia actually gets away pretty scot-free and didn't have to spend any summoner spells, which is a really nice pickup for them. And now, see what happens. So they're going to go towards the Dragon. Lee Sin should pop Rift Herald mid and immediately go over the fight.
Yeah, now Grindsky Eris find themselves in a bit of a pickle, right? Do they continue to fight with the
nice
Mountain Drake, or do they really want to do it? It's gonna be GGTY using the Martian Justice to execute. You can see the Cataclysm activated as well, kind of blocks the escape plan for the side of Grindsky Eris, and now GGTY get full Dragon control.
You get Dragon control, but still risky because there's a lot of damage still available for the Orianna, still a lot of damage from the Corki. Both of them still have, Corki ultimate for sure, but the Orianna ultimate, the Shockwave is still available. You need to reset and come back. But jungle is now running over from both sides. Slightly better timing on Grindsky's end. So they get to have strong control towards the Dragon, but the Rift Herald did manage to crash mid. I'm curious if they actually want to try and fight for this, at least it's just going to look for a steal.
Yeah, looking at Rogue right now, the sneaky, bleaky guy does tag the Sonic away, but it is going to be a steal coming up from GGTY. Burst the flash to get all scot-free, and now suddenly you think that GGTY got a bit of a missed opportunity right there. They're grabbing the opportunity right back.
Yeah, they take back control of all of this, and a lot of damage out from Doi in that fight is only going to be a good sign for GGTY. Knowing that their investment into getting the Zion ahead, it's a really impactful thing. And we also see the impact of the Garen, it being such a popular pick in the Chinese region, and for a good reason. They just cannot stop picking this champion. It's one of those things that they will almost exclusively play every single game with unless it's banned out. It just does so well in a lot of these situations.
Yeah, you can see the spin to win coming out from this Garen. Will be able to spin this Mafia boss all the way down.
No.
Ooh, a missed shockwave coming out from Ray as well. Flash to be used. Very expensive though, but the shutdown go will be worth it? Question mark, as GGTY pushed down the top side.
If they didn't lose a turret, sure, but because they do, not only was that a trade kill in the top side, that shutdown, the gold that they get is going to be split up back towards GGTY through that turret. Now they have to look for something else. Mid lane might be the option for them.
Yeah, Well gets kicked all the way out. Well, A will get kicked out from the wall that he built, but Eugen's just like, okay, I'm just gonna spread gunfire at that small little wall. There's no dashes coming out from this Lee Sin. Will go down in the mid lane, and now Grindsky Eris, they really want to take down this mid lane turret. They lost too much on the side lanes, and don't forget GGTY looking at what the damage they dealt towards using the Rift Herald earlier just now. Grindsky Eris's mid lane turret looks very weak.
I think that goes both ways. There's still the turret, the fact that the turret in the mid lane is also really low, and once they pick that, that's the last bastion of defense in the outer tier turrets. So they get a very good amount of control around the jungle and into the entry points around Grindsky's side. It's not a linear progression. It's an exponential progression, right? The more as you pick out these outer tier turrets, you get exponentially more pressure and control around the map. That's all we're feeling from GGTY right now. They want to try and escort the minion waves in and pick up the turret over time. And one of the things that's going to assist them in doing that is by contesting these neutral objectives.
Yeah, and really hoping that, I would say, Brandon, looking at what GGTY has managed to secure for themselves right now, it's dominantly in the early game, but now, ooh, big damage coming out from this Corki this time round, then coming in to try to block Grindsky Eris. They really want to regain control around the mid lane so that they could actually force the Rift Herald or even this Drake coming up.
They start the Rift Herald, and I think that's because they have the package, so they have a much stronger chance of fighting and winning. Dodging away from 2 big spells there with the Hourglass might make a difference for Ray Ray.
Big damage coming out from this Garen right here. The Martian Justice to seal the deal right there. Sonic Wave will be able to attack on top of Gia, but Corki, the damage has been done. Rogue forced to run away as Grindsky Eris steals away the Rift Herald. While the Scuffle has been happening all across the map from the side of GGTY. The polymorph from the Lulu is a bit annoying as Flash over the wall goes into the sky. It is gonna be this Xayah as well, gets rooted at the same time. But the damage, wow, GGTY is starting to rack out all this damage, and don't forget the spinning top.
You forgot about Jones. She's coming in. She's gonna take you down, take you out. She sent back AA to the grave. Honestly, it was so close there. Look at what happened. You know, Dory jumped up, flew up into the sky, pulled out her feathers, pulled them back, and suddenly locked down the Javin. The Javin missed the chance to get that kill Rainbow with the charm that was absolutely clutch. In the meantime, you have to wonder why that happened the way it did. Because Helgo was on the opposite side of the map trying to utilize the turrets, getting some gold there. The first turret of the game. But now, they've lost the chance to go for the Dragons. They don't have the fighting power. I don't think it's going to be very difficult to contest this. I don't think that the counter trick is very much worth it anyway. You know, you just want to try and poke them out, maybe get some control. Use the Rift Herald mid lane. This is your opportunity to break open the turret.
Yeah, but a little bit too late right there because the blue GGTY was able to secure the Drake. Now with the Dragon advantage on their side, Grindsky Eris, they're still not too far apart in terms of their gold, but this Garen starting to scale. The members of GGTY starting to scale. Grindsky Eris, could they actually scale to fight against GGTY at this rate?
Oh, absolutely. I think they still have a great chance to scale up because they have a lot of team fighting tools to deal with GGTY. But GGTY just have really good matchups right now with the Ari, with the Morgana. You know, it's pretty easy to deal with like singular targets. So when the team fight isn't going to be, I'd say there are a lot like small moments where GGTY can really get huge advantages. Whereas Grindsky, in the grand scheme of things, I think will have easier opportunities as a whole.
Yeah, so we delay that. We delay this game towards the late game. Maybe, you know, Corki will be able to do off. There's a lot of like key checklists from the side of Grindsky Eris to be able to take off. GGTY though just dominating all the map because of the fact that they've taken down so many of these turret objectives. You mentioned about it, Brandon. They're basically getting the map dominance exponentially, and now Grindsky Eris forced to play catch up.
They're actually gonna run to the top side. They get the collapse back on them. It's 5 versus 3, but they're here first. GGTY with Jones leading the charge.
Yes, the kick will be sending member of Grindsky all the way back. Grindsky Eris, they're not ready for this at all. Lulu activated the overgrowth, but this is going to be a very big drop right in the smaller the cataclysm. That is not enough. GGTY, they're just snowballing on top of Grindsky Eris. In the meantime, Hellgirl is like, you know what? My team are sacrificial pawns. I'm just going to try to push down the mid lane turret.
I mean, in repeating fashion, they've gone back and sent Helgo into a silent to continue split pushing. Call was just so strange. I mean, they already had so many people going up to the Baron lane. Why would you send the set off by themselves without teleport as well? You know, if you had teleport, sure, and you still haven't had a good chance to use that Rift Herald. If Rift Herald was committed to the mid lane as they tried to make that collapse, the set could have escorted it in. You could have taken an inhibitor. There was some things that needed to be done before that play was going to be. I don't even think the word "good" is the right one, but to make it even worse.
Ooh, the charm is gonna set things off. Whoever get the charms land upon will definitely get deleted by the damage of GGTY. Now Set joins the fight this time around, Haymaker, but without be enough because the big sword will be landing on top of the ground on top of him. Grindsky Eris will take two casualties, but GGTY taking only one. Good trade over to GGTY.
They finally get what they were hoping for as they camped that brush. You know, sitting there, they were just enjoying themselves. Nothing too crazy, you know, just 5 people waiting in a brush there. But because of that, Grindsky is going to get less value than they were even initially hoping for. Now this Rift Arrow won't even get to make its way into the Baron lane out here first. It's just a very sad situation for them unless they manage to cut off the Ahri in time. Looks like they do. They actually have to commit 3 people to make this happen.
Commit 3, in fact, even 4. You can see the Jarvan working all the way up right there. GGTY sending the manpower all the way down to protect. Hopefully there should be a charge going up. Yes, they do. 55 HP on top of that turret.
No.
Such a missed opportunity coming out from Grindsky.
So doomed, honestly. But Dragon coming up, that's going to be the Ocean Drake. So that means an Infernal Elder could be really nice. You know, if Grindsky able to take that one away, they could scale up their damage significantly for these next fights. Let's take a look at the items again really quickly because I want to point out a couple of quick things, right? So the Ahri and the Lee Sin both have the Hourglass. This means that the Lee Sin gets to dive in deep and survive no matter how much damage Grindsky can put out. Whereas for A, because they're going for the Gargoyle Stoneplate instead, she won't have that kind of same effect. She's definitely going to be tankier than the Lee Sin. It doesn't matter so much because they have a lot of mixed damage and it makes it very easy for them to shred her down. The Javelin is going to have a tougher time surviving a lot of these initiations.
Yeah, and speaking about surviving, Brandon, Ocean Drake given over to GGTY right now. The Dragon advantage is slowly going into the side of GGTY. Grindsky Eris, yes, the Javelin was building tanky, but I think GGTY will just shred. There's a Black Cleavers, 2 Black Cleavers all across the board, and there's also, you know, Desire building the Blade of Green King. So much damage into GGTY's kit. Grindsky Eris, they have to play it safe, they have to play it slow, wait for the Corki to scale.
And at least with 3 items soon, I think the Corki will have a lot of damage. I'm just curious if... I'm curious is the wrong word. I'm just not sure if the Corki can keep up the damage on Desire because you have a lot more like poke focus damage, but then you can always make up for that with the Ahri. Ahri is really strong at this point. So not so clear cut for sure. Both of these teams have some very good opportunities to try and build up off of this. Now this IE, you should be able to get some good crit damage. I think it's a little bit luck dependent on how many crits you're able to get. I know this sounds a little bit bad. If you get lucky, you just crit, right?
Yeah. RNGesus, right? Just praying over to RNGesus, giving them a quick crit. Hopefully could just melt down either Rainbow or Den very quickly. But I mean, with Yugen this time around picking out a package, we'll be activating it right now. The charm misses as big mega knockup coming out. Grindsky Eris goes golden as well. That is actually going to be helpful. So much jukes coming out from Grindsky Eris, and now focusing on top of John E. The big raid boss coming out GGTY. Super tanky. Not even Helger will be able to hold him down as Rayway will lose its life in that fight.
That's crazy. A huge fight for Grindsky. They finally win the one they were looking for, and this means they get to start up the Baron. Recalls out from Doi. Rainbow out of permission from the fight. You can't go in as Yari without your Spirit Rush, and the Baron shred down so fast when you have that Corki. AA just staying nearby to make sure they have the smite available. They're gonna run back in now with the charm.
Now with the charm, Rainbow looking a bit low, the area will still be secured by the side of Grindsky Eris. I think that's what they're looking for. But they will lose quite a few more manpower on that side. And now GGTY doing to the world. They really want to try to catch this set, especially the only few member that's holding on to the Baron buff. But Grindsky Eris, man, that flash into a charm just gave Grindsky Eris a very cold sweat right on their brows.
Okay, so Yugen wants to pick up the Triforce now. If she gets the Triforce, she will have enough damage, I think, to actually win and carry the Infernal Dragon fight. Like, you put that Lulu up, you have the Staff of Harmony, you have the Ardent Sensor, you put that on a Corki with Triforce and 3 other items, you will do so much damage, you will carry the fight. So hopefully we see that happen right before the Infernal Dragon spawns up. If they can get this, they have a really good chance of winning this game. It just outputs so much more damage for them, something that they were lacking because of the nature of the builds that they're trying to go for. The set has been losing these fights against the Garen, but once you get the Infernal, you overcome so many of these problems. So very important for Grindsky to start preparing for this. It's going to be up in about 45 seconds anyway. So the main focus for them now, I think, clear out the top side waves. Get control towards that end of the map so that you can rotate over. Start pushing down to the bot side. If you can, isolate Jones. Take down the Garen before the fight even starts. So many things to be done. Grindsky, all's in your court.
Yep, looking at the Baron buff right now, they're gonna use that to create more space in the mid lane turret. Using this Baron buff that leads them into the Elder Inferno Drake is so good. In fact, Hellgirl on the other side of the map is a 1-4 push on the top and the mid, forcing the Garen to go all the way back, as now they're gonna try to chase down on top of Hellgirl. Now Hellgirl should not die. If she does, that's gonna be, you know, the Inferno Drake out of the plan right now. And now Eugen, ooh, force overgrown right there, would be forced to jump away. A little bit of Hell. Jonas easy, just landing down so much damage by the spin. And now you can see Helga just going into the backline, but Jonas is still very healthy. They lose 2 members, and now GGTY will walk over to the Elder Drake.
Look at what's happened. Once we start talking about that, Yugen goes aggressive, thinks that she can get a kill, thinks she can carry the game from that spot, and maybe end things through the mid lane. But that wasn't the play. It's too greedy to try and play for the mid lane at that point. Really good punish from GGTY. They go in aggressively and were able to collapse in faster than what we saw. Helgo might have been able to go into the backline, but she doesn't have the damage anymore, especially when we see all these Drakes stacked up. Now, Elder Inferno, with all the dragons that they've collected throughout the game, they are massive. There's so much that the gold score does not represent right now. It's a 4,000 difference on the by the numbers, but the reality of it is that this is a massive lead for GGTY. You get more per dragon stacked up with the Elder as well. So much to be gained here. GGTY are very close, I think, to a win, and Grindsky Eris are now working on a nice net. They need to be careful about this. That Baron is going to be their death sentence. If they try and commit to it too quickly, they will lose. If they give it away, they will lose. So, very fine line they have to play on.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, GGTY has managed to checkmate Grindsky, right? Like, they've got all the 4 dragons. They're just walking around the map, collecting Infinity Stones, and now, looking at the Baron, that could be the final piece to finally seal the deal. Grindsky area is still holding on, but just barely. Knife's Edge, I think they're just hanging by the thread.
Good thing for GGTY here, their turrets did not go down, so those inhibitors didn't start spawning the Scrim minions. If Grindsky had managed to take those before they started the fight, I think it could have been slightly different. You know, with the super minions waves crashing in constantly, the Baron becomes a lot more difficult for GGTY to try and assert for, because they can't move you as a 5-man. They have to always have someone split pushing. This could mean that the boot item changes on some of their players. You see, I think Jones is deciding what she wants to try and go for. She's gonna go back. All the gargoyles still playing the end of it. I think that's good still. Just extra tanky stats. You know, you already are doing a lot of damage just off of your base stats.
Now, a bit of a, you know, that cowboy thing that you always do, like, you know, 2 cowboys sitting in one straight lane, pulling out their pistols. It's like that silent little moment. GGTY starting the Baron right now. Grindsky Eris none the wiser right here, looking at the old steal coming out from Grindsky Eris. GGTY managed to secure, and now they're gonna collapse on top of Grindsky Eris. Cataclysm for good measure. Big ultimates going down for the side of Grindsky Eris, but now they are forced to run away. This John Easy, this Gargoyle, this Garen has been leading the charge so well, and Grindsky Eris is forced to pull back.
I mean, it just shows once again why Garen is such a favorite pick in the eastern regions, and they love to make this one work. They love to see it. GGTY, I think, are on their victory march. Just 3 left in the base of Grindsky to try and defend against this, but the charm to take down the Lulu, the spin, the slam, the dunk, all the damage out. The full team ace. GGTY will equalize the score 1-1.
Man, you do not see that Garen absorbing so much damage. Not only fighting 2 members from the side of Grindsky, Eris taking turret shots. Not only just the turret shot, right? Also taking a few Nexus shots, and yet still couldn't go down. And really, the Garen factor in this game is clear. You can take a look. Yes, she was having a bit trouble going up against Hellgirl with the set in the earlier parts of the game, but when this Garen starts scaling though, it's just so hard to take down.
So I think a couple of things that GGTY have done really well is that they've changed up their strategy. We talked about how they want to play for something simpler to execute. You know, they have something like that now. And the hyper carry that you have in the Xayah, and honestly, so much work done by the Garen. I'm not sure if you get the same results by playing any other champion in the game. So hopefully we still see them get to have that pick in the Garen. I think the Morgana was a really nice one. And I think with Grindsky, you know, if they want to play for the kind of composition that they want to try and go for, they need to decide what they want to try and ban out a little bit earlier, because I think they've given away some really strong ones, and especially with the Ari and the Garen in this case, might need to be a little bit wary about that.
Yeah, and you mentioned it earlier just now, right? Grindsky, Eris, they lack that general identity. It feels like they really want to bum rush into your face, but then, you know, GGTY, they would love you to bum rush into the face. The soul shackles, and of course, if you run towards a champion in a straight line, speaking about straight line, you know, the Ari's first skill is gonna just hit you so hard, and the charm as well. So many pickoffs from Rainbow Charm. You don't see Rainbow picking up a lot of kills. In fact, I think it's a 1-0-16 assists. I don't know, maybe it's not a stun bot, like a charm bot right now, just charming people and instantly deleting people one at a time.
Yeah, it just helps the team so much. They get to have a really easy follow-up after once you get the charm through. And I mean, it just helps so much with wave clear, right? So you have two big carries that are able to wave clear really well. You need that Desire, the Feathers, obviously. I mean, I don't think that needs to be said anymore than it has been. And the Auto Dissection, like you mentioned, you know, it just has a lot of wave clear. It's very easy for you to continue getting pressure across the lanes then. Overall, I felt like the Orianna just wasn't strong enough to match out the tempo with stuff like the Ari on the table, so they needed to look for something else there. But maybe they can prove me wrong. I mean, I'm willing to see you can make Orianna work really well. I think they have an opportunity to. They still have one more game in this series. Let's see what happens.
Yep, and like I said, GGTY, in order to prove themselves to beat, you know, Grindsky, Eris, to kind of like, you know, to settle this grudge match just a little bit, they need this second game. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, don't go away. This is going to be game number 3 coming out from these Filipino teams. Grindsky, Eris going up against GGTY. Who will trump the other? We're going to go on the short break. Come back later, guys.
Adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm
go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. Space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure.
This is the FSL Wild Rift Open Playoffs Day number 2, and also this is game number 3 between Grindsky Eris going up against GGTY. My name is Jayz. Joining me right here is Gamernissem, and of course both of us share the same problem. Our name is one big problem. Yeah, people. No, Jay-Z was not at Super Bowl, right? It was Kendrick Lamar, Mary J. Blige, Eminem, Snoop Dogg, and Dre. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, I feel like Ziggs is this like nuclear bomb that they need it. Both these two teams need these nuclear bomb, that nuclear deterrent. Wait, that's basically Ziggs kit. But you know, the gist is, yeah, both these two teams should really look at the Ziggs. Unfortunately, I feel like, if I'm not mistaken, game 2, they kind of banned away the Ziggs. They need someone with long-range poke to basically, you know, create more space. You saw how GGTY in game number 1, there's no way for them to engage. Same could be said over the Grindsky though. Like, in game number 2, they tried to engage, but they engaged right into GGTY snapping jaw. So they need to try to whittle down before going in, and that's how I like to engage personally. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, technically speaking, there's another champion that came into my mind, but it's a little bit iffy in my opinion. Draven does that, but yeah, I'd still definitely prefer the Ziggs, right? This Mega Death Bomb, it's very flexible, it can be used to not only just wave clear, like from one side of the map, you could actually steal the Baron even before committing to anything. And even if you miss, okay, it's fine, it's just one ultimate, but if you actually hit it, that bomb suddenly became so valuable. And I think the power of the Ziggs must be, basically they must use the power of Ziggs in order to like get out of this series, because this best of 3, this is do or die for both these two teams. The winner will go in and meet NSL in the grand finals, and both these two teams really want that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Now looking at the picks right now, Grindsky going to the Fiora instead of picking the set. Game number 2, you don't really see the set working very well for Helgo this time. Now going into a switcheroo, GGTY, even though they had a very good, you know, good game with the Garen, you're gonna go for the set instead. Hovering around Senna, locking it in. We feel like we're going to go into the long game. No, I don't catch what I said. Did I do a pun by accident? Oh. That wasn't a pun. I'm sorry. It's not in my script. I've transcended. I'm so sorry about that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and now, you know, with a very tankier front, I would say, Grindsky. I like this Rakan and Galio pick. It's so tanky and it's so nice to create this front wall. Now, the question is, who's going to be hiding behind that wall? Is it going to be someone that, you know, the marksman that's very hyper carry-ish? Or could it be, you know, someone that could poke? They're hovering on the Ezra, but I don't like to talk about Harvest. Let's take a look at the bans once again. GGTY taking away the Zaya because of the Rakan being picked up by the side of Grindsky Eris. And of course, the Lux taken away by Grindsky Eris.
That was one of my criticisms, right? It was like, hey, if you're gonna be playing for the Zaya, play the Rakan. I mean, get that support in there. You know, he has so much power there. Why wouldn't you want to try and do something like that? Instead, we kind of missed that chance a little bit. We didn't have the Rakan really in play. I would have liked to see the Zaya Rakan this game around as well, but then good call on the side of GGTY to ban it away, especially once they see the Rakan coming out. But they have a lot of initiation with the Galio. I think they could afford to play a little bit more with that. So like if they have one more option, they can maybe tag along so that it's not always going to be reliant on the Rakan to engage. Maybe have a jungler that can do something like that. Otherwise, I think for GGTY now, you already have the Senna, the RE, you know, the set. You just want something that has a lot of damage in the bottom side. So you have so many options. Morgana's banned out, so maybe things like the brand could even be played. Is it to go for the Corki?
Alright, Corki and Senna's. Fasting Senna, technically not a fasting Senna. It's like a support Senna going to go down at the bottom side. And then I kind of agree with what you mentioned, like Grindsky. I think with more options to engage would be kind of good. No offense, I don't trust the Galio to kind of engage for me. I feel like I love Galio as like a secondary engage, right? It's just like a follow-up, just in case if Rakan goes in a little bit too deep, the Galio could follow up. In fact, even using Kai'Sa with the Killer Instinct to jump in with that, you know, hero entrance. However, needs to be careful. There's an Ari with a Charm. There's also with the Corki that could dish out so much damage. So have to be a little bit careful not to be trigger happy with the Killer Instinct.
Yeah, it's so easy to just go like, oh yeah, I can dive in, I can kill somebody here.
Yep.
But, you know, like you mentioned, Kai'Sa is going to have a difficult time here a little bit, I think. I like the Lee Sin, because, you know, we're talking about options that could help them potentially dive in. But the problem with this is that they have a pretty good fighting composition as like a 4 versus 4. So the Fiora really needs to pull away attention from the set. Thankfully for them, I think set versus Fiora is a skill matchup. So you get to play into the Fiora set, you get to like just kind of kite him around, you can dodge away a lot of his spells, you can even block his ultimate with your stun if you're really good with the repulse. So it's a lot about that mind game being played. Of course, you could always go set on Garen, and that has been an option if they want to try and do that. If it's going to be Senna set, I'm not sure what the play is going to be. Set jungle?
Yeah. Set jungler.
Okay.
That would be interesting. I would say, I feel like it's not like a missed opportunity. It's like you're using a knife, but you're using the blunt end of the knife to try to cut the chicken. Yes, it could technically work after like 10 years, but I feel like Set, you know, it's better off dueling 1v1 fighting champions, whereas instead of firing up. And I always like to talk about, like, you know, those junglers that doesn't really have like dash skills to try to engage, like some surprise kind of thing. What's the Set gonna do? Walk up to lane and lay down a haymaker?
I honestly, yeah, I think that's exactly what he wants. That's the only thing he can do, right? So,
yeah,
good thing for them is that, you know, if you play into them, they have a really strong matchup, right? 2 versus 2, Fiora, Lee Sin versus Garen Set. Garen Set will win most of the time because of how strong the matchup is. But, you know, when the Fiora is isolated to either one of those at a single point, I think the Fiora can win. So you have to be aware of that and not let Lee Sin play into bad matchups. They need to constantly be aware of this, rotate around, and dodge these moments where the opponents could potentially crash into them.
Yep, and that's it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go into the Rift very, very soon. It's a very interesting matchup coming up from the side of GGTY, drafting the, you know, the set into a jungler. I think that's raised both our eyebrows. But there's still the Garen, there's still that bulwark that GGTY could hold on to. And of course, you know, Grindsky, Eris, they have the better 4v5 in my opinion. The Fiora could do so much trouble and so much problems around the side of the map from the side of GGTY, so we need to take a look at how this goes.
As we start things off, we again see a split side start. This has been pretty common in our matches between these two teams. And at the same time, we've actually seen it go poorly for GGTY before. You know, they've lost a little bit of tempo, not being able to maintain their blue buff control. Won't be as big of an issue for Rogue because, well, naturally Set doesn't need the mana, but it does kind of affect the EXP and the scaling that they were otherwise going to be able to hit in that same time. So I'm looking forward to see if Grindsky are gonna be able to use any of their aggression early on to try and get control their matchups early on to get control of the lanes and try and seat and push up, or they're gonna play passively and slower this time out.
Yeah, I think, you know, speaking about slowly, but looking at that, slowly chunking down is usual with the Gatling gun, and now GR takes a lot more damage, just a few more tricks will do, but here comes, hey, here comes the cavalry, here comes the Sonic Wave, just a few more hits will do, but no, oh, the burn from the red buff will finally take it all the way down.
That was so clean, eh? Oh my goodness, you know they say cool guys don't look at explosions. Cool girls don't look at red buff, but she knew she had that kill secured. No flash necessary. Takes down the Corky. That's what happens when you play too aggressively. Alright, you get punished, and now see what happens. It's given them the advantage that they wanted down the bomb side. I asked whether they were going to try and get tempo early on, especially with this Lee Sin. They did. They get rewarded with the first blood, and that actually compounds to more than 800 gold now. Look at where Rakai is rotating to. They're trying to collapse in on Rogue, who's picking up the Scuttle Crab, and they're looking to play this as a 4 versus 3.
Yeah, you're gonna start it off once again. Haymaker going down at the same time. Rainbow looking a little bit low. Gets sniped down by the Lee Sin. So clean. Wow, what a smooth criminal coming out from Grindsky's jungler.
And the fight doesn't quite end there. They still continue a little bit further in the mid lane, but they've gone back. Senna's rotated over, so it's too much to continue fighting without their health bars. GGTY at least get the Scuttle Crab at the end of it all, but for losing their mid laner for that, probably not worthwhile, and that gives time back over to AA to continue farming and to go back for that blue buff. Both junglers have missed out their chance for it. Let's see what happens now. Blue buff on the side of GGTY means he's back to the bot side. The bot side is not going to be in a aggressive spot because GGTY are going to be shoving the wave in on them, so there's no good chance for a gank there. Whereas for the Grindsky side, she's going to be able to start getting some tempo on the Garen as the wave is freezing towards their side.
Yeah, the Lee Sin making plays left, right, center of the map. Really well pathing coming up from inside the Grindsky. In fact, Hellgirl freezing it. GGTY, they're not in the position to fight this at all because especially with the Dragon Lane, you got a Senna. But speaking about the Senna, failed to show up before our observer go onto the map, gets deleted by this Kai'Sa with a BF sword already in tow. And now looking at Rainbow with the smiles, like here comes a heroic entrance, hopefully should be able to dish away, push GGTY away. Rainbow looking for Eugen, a little bit low, just one more Haymaker who should be able to do the trick. The kick comes in a little bit too late, but the Set activating the ultimate, tried to pick up the double kill, but what a messy team fight happening at the bottom side, but I think this is a trade that Grindsky will gladly take.
An amazing response from Rogue though. I know you say Grindsky had a good fight, sure, but great response from Rogue. They actually come out with 2 kills back for it all, so kind of equalizing that. The gold doesn't really transfer over very much, and Doi actually gets to stay in lane a little bit longer. It kind of shuts down the tempo from the Kai'Sa a little bit, so a really nice set of exchanges overall. But now a bit of an issue, I think, for Grindsky. They use some of their big ultimates there, so fighting for this Inferno Drake is going to be a little bit harder.
Yeah, but now with that said, they need to try to secure some form of advantages from themselves. The Scuttler Crab should be able to work, but GGTY do have the package as well. Looking at the pathing of Grindsky right now, in fact, it is going to be GGTY focusing on top of that Rift Herald. Hellgirl will just stare by the brush, just allowing GGTY to pick up the Rift Herald, and now Grindsky, okay, they know where GGTY is definitely going to go to next.
Okay, I like this, right? You know that they're going to end up trying to siege out a lane anyway, so you grab that first turret gold. They might lose the mid side, but if they get 2 and then they get the dragon, because the package was up, so it's a little bit too risky to start it up. Overall, the chain of events have been pretty solid so far.
Pretty solid for so far, but it is going to be then looking a little bit low at the same time. A gets hammered all the way down by the side of GGTY. The damage has started to kick in by the side of GGTY. Grindsky Eris, they weren't able to basically pick up the dragon for themselves. And GGTY, this is basically free.
You know what? Scratch that. Maybe not so much anymore. It's like pretty problematic here, actually. Oh my goodness, that's so unfortunate. They were in such a good position for so long. It seemed like they knew exactly what needed to be done, and then they kind of dropped the ball there. Maybe the fact that it was an Infernal Drake was just too much of a compiling factor. You know, if it spawned any other Drake, maybe it might not have mattered at all. You know, they got 2 turrets out of all of that. It could have been just as well easy for them to continue holding out. At least now they get to respond by picking up this 15 out of 2 turrets, so 3 turrets over to them in a very short amount of time. So they get that gold lead, that little bit of a gold chunk, but not in a specific member. So no one person gets to scale up a lot. You just kind of have to split the gold here.
Yeah, so basically they're just trading, right? Just trading blows, both a little bit bruised right now. GGTY finally pick up some of the damage. You can start to see the damage start to pile in, because not only the fact that GGTY does have the Corki that spikes in the mid game, but Grindsky Eris, though, they do have the Kai'Sa that GGTY needs to be careful. And same could be said over the Grindsky Eris as well. That Senna should be coming online as long as GGTY drags this game, and their GGTY is just hoping for that.
That's enough for the moment.
Kai'Sa managed to get the upgrade for a Cathian Rain with this pickup, so that should give her a little bit more damage. Oh, actually, she had that before as well, so I think that was a little bit more damage on her end. I think that she's going to get a little closer to the upgrade for her E as well, her 3rd skill, so she gets invisibility. That will help a lot in the kiting, I think, and plus the bonus move speed. Dodging away for the charms is just so important here.
Yep. Members of GGTY looking at Hellgirl getting chomped all the way out. Now, if you pose those, stays alive just a little bit moment. Flash for good measure. A little bit too much investment coming out from the side of Grindsky Eris, if you ask me. GGTY on 5 men at the bottom side right now. Grindsky Eris joining the charge as well. It is going to be John Easy spin to win. Demacia Injustice executes the Rakan, and now John Easy now gets issued the Grand Challenge. But the Grand Challenge, Hellgirl is trying to hit all these Grand Challenge, but she's nowhere to be seen. Eris tried to jump in the way, but thank God for the Santa, but the Sonic Wave will be able to execute all the way in. John Easy looking a little bit alive, not a little bit longer. It's so close to Charm. Doesn't manage to rescue the Garen as well, and now GGTY on full retreat.
They get... Oh my god, that charm was so good! The repulse on the charm was so good. The perfect time in a Hellgirl, she dodged out that fight once she recognized she wasn't going to get the vital problems on the Garen. So Jonas was just running around doing damage. Yugen was in a really bad spot because she was collapsed in on. You saw AA taking out the Corki over into the back. I mean, that was such a messy, crazy fight. But Grindsky actually come up ahead out of all of that. And this is despite the fact that they are building scaling items. They haven't got their full power yet. The Rakan dashed in with an amazing knockup. It was even before Ray could join into the fight. The heroic entrance actually didn't get that much done. Nobody really got knocked up to it, but it zoned them away. GTY split into 2 sides, and that was enough of an opportunity that Grindsky were able to pull back.
Yeah, you can see Grindsky Eris in that particular team fight. I don't know, that team fight was really messy. And not only that, you can see Grindsky Eris slowly just barely making in its time. It's like trying to catch the train. The train is already moving and they're just jumping on top of it. And now GGTY will be focusing on this with Harold. No, you got stolen by Grindsky Eris.
And it wasn't even by Smite. It was just by the Sonic Wave.
Cool girls don't look at explosions, and cool girls don't look at, you know, stolen Rift Heralds coming in.
AA is an absolute beast. She's killing it this game.
Yeah, she is killing it this game. Going golden as well, looking a little bit low this time around. Finally gets taken down by GGTY though. Jaya jumps all the way and kill it. No, that is the Rakan that jumps all the way in, tries to charm all the way up. Nice charm though, but not enough follow-up coming off of Grindsky Eris. Is going to be Hellgirl against the wall. Going to hell herself this time round. Grindsky Eris, they overestimated themselves this time, and GGTY will be able to reap the benefits.
They actually managed to get a good amount there, and this is not ideal for Grindsky. Not ideal at all. I think they still can recover from this. I'm trying to think back on like what exactly was like the issue. So I think AA went in trying to get a kill onto Rainbow, but it was just a difficult target to try and execute on, and then they committed to trying to save their teammate. I like the fact that at least they made the call, right? So a lot of people went in at the same time. Fortunately, I think their ultimates wouldn't stack up in time to go and play against them.
Yeah, that's right. And you know, GGTY having this Mountain Drake again, it feels like a replayer game too. Where GGTY is just going around collecting the Infinity Stones, putting into their gauntlets, and they look to scale. It's an Inferno Drake and a Mountain Drake. it's not very ideal if you put it into the hands of, you know, Rainbow and even Johnny Easy as well as Rogue. They need that tankiness, they need the additional damage. Grindsky, Eris, yes, they're ahead in gold. Is that a steal?
It was a steal.
So sleek. So smooth.
Just another one in the books. He's gonna continue with this. Not phased at all, honestly, you know.
Yeah, this Lee Sin is beyond as well. It's like basically Grindsky Eris take a weapon and they find to pull it all the way out. But now Grindsky Eris, yes, they're ahead of goal because of the turrets takedown. But what is their plan right here? Are they trying to elongate the game, allowing GGTY to scale?
Yeah. I mean, this is a really interesting one because one look at Grindsky's boots enchantments and you know what they're trying to go for, right? It's initiation with 4 Photo you know. They want to take a fight to them. It's interesting the game is like extending the way that it has been.
Yeah, but speaking of extending though, Jira, a little bit slow right there, will fall this time around by the Gorky Gatling gun, giving kills over the GGTY at this rate. They managed to secure a lead for themselves and now they're giving it away.
Really unfortunate, the advantage that they fought so hard to find at the end of it all is slowly going back to GGTY as they continue to scale up. I mean, this is just the nature of the composition they drafted for. So much additional damage, right? Once the set's been able to pick up the items, you know, she's very tanky because she actually went without the Blade of the Rune King because she's not in a direct lane matchup, right? So she doesn't really need it. So getting very tanky at this point. Same can be said about the Garen. You still have a lot of damage from all the rest, like the Senna, Corki, Ari. It's starting to become an issue for Grindsky because they don't really have good ways to deal with that anymore. Their damage is more at first. It's not really percent health. It's tricky. It's tricky to fight this.
It is very tricky right now. In fact, using the Heroic's entrance to just jump straight into reinforce AE. Jaya coming in, but I don't see Eugen. Oh, it's going to be Jaya going to activate and try to engage. Forced to jump away. Takes too much shot from the side of Corky. John Easy leading the charge. The kick will be able to connect on top of GGTY though. But then you see Ray, one of the secondary engages fall. I don't know about this, but it feels like Hellgirl still, you know, doing the split push on the side of the lanes.
Yeah, I guess that's really all they can do. Hellgirl just needs to constantly split push and maybe try and trade back. It's an inner tier turret, but like how long can we keep this up for? The gold difference is slowly but surely shrinking down. Grindsky has been sitting at like 3,000 for a long time. Now it's dropping back down to like 1,000. And the more the gold closes out, you can start to see the impact is going to be greater and greater in favor of GGTY.
Yeah, Rogue. Oh no, giving Rogue away back to GGTY. Literally helping your enemy to slam the brakes on top of their own car. GGTY picks up another kill in the mid lane. I think Grindsky is really focusing on using Hellgirl to split push. This 4v5 doesn't look very scary anymore for the side of Grindsky Eris. GGTY slowly catching up. They have the damage, they have the tankiness, they have the dragons on their side. And speaking about the dragons, Cloud Drake has been spawned.
Cloud comes up. I don't think it's the most impactful thing, dragon, you know, the all objective for that matter. But it could be an opportunity for Grindsky to get a fight that they want, especially while they still technically have the gold advantage. So maybe if they initiate now, they can actually execute and take down their opponents. But it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. They just need to back off. They tried to go for a steal there. I don't think the steal was the thing they needed to prioritize. Oh, actually loses a lot of health, so they try and go for initiation. But no ultimates on Hellgirl. Ray just gets up. Just gets the heroic entrance back up now. It's a little bit too late for the reinitiation. GTY hiding the brush. That's pretty scary.
Yeah, and you gotta give kudos when kudos due. You can see the mindset that the Lee Sin wants, but okay, Nysong coming in, will be send us roots, will be able to land. It's GGTY stacking on top of each other, trying to look for some pickoffs, but will not be able to do so. It is big ultimates being used by the side of Den already, and now GGTY. I think they feel like they're a little bit late. They're focusing on the Baron instead, but Grindsky Eris though, it feels like a race of time. It's going to be a base trade. Hellgirl on the bottom side, try to push it all the way in. Garen from GGTY sent to defend, but it is still going to be the Corky managing to secure the Baron buff for themselves, but Hellgirl unable to penetrate the bottom side turret.
Yeah, if they stole that away, that could have maybe kept that into the game. Unfortunately for them, I think Grindsky missed out the chance. That's the point of the game is kind of out of their control now. It's out of their hands. GGTY have far better control of the tempo, and they get to decide how they want to play this one out. Hellgirl, I think, is going to have a difficult time. Not only is she going to have to deal with the individual players that come to deal with a split, but she's also going to have to deal with the Baron Power minions. You know, and that's a difficult task for the Fiora, who generally is going to look to try and clear out the creep as quickly as she can, so that she's able to like hide in between, chase after her opponents. It's an unpleasant situation. Grindsky need to wait this one out, wait out the Baron, and just focus on trying to clear out the.
But yeah, but granted, if Grindsky were to wait this out, then it's starting to scale. Don't forget, we're already slowly approaching to, like, you know, the 60-minute mark, and now GGTY using the Baron buff as well will be able to penetrate the second tier mid turret, and now they're looking to crash on top of this mid lane. It's a siege right now that's happening. Members of Grindsky go to respond for the defense. Good look at the poke. They're trying to clear off the way, but they cannot get close to the siege minions without taking any form of damage. The mid lane turret gets a little bit weak for the side of Grindsky. Eris as GGTY focusing on the bottom side instead, just death by 1,000 cuts at this rate.
Gold finally goes over in favor of GGTY after all the events that have happened.
Yep, Ray will be able to taunt two members, but Set comes in for the nice middle flank, executes Ray as well, and now GGTY will be able to take the fight they needed to try to secure themselves to go into the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, GGTY with one solid siege, meaning with the Baron buff as well, and now Grindsky Eris will be able to jump all the way in. It is going to be a grand challenge executed and in fact issued and won, but now the nexus of Grindsky Eris looking a little bit low, and Grindsky Eris was able to defend.
Exposed, but not over yet. 900 HP still left in the Nexus. They get to play this one out. One more team fight, I think. One more good team fight, I should say. If they shove out the mid wave, try to pick up the turrets now, it could open up some space for them to get some breathing room. Otherwise, next dragon that comes up is going to be the Elder Ocean. It's not going to be a super impactful one for Grindsky. If GGTY end up picking it up, it's going to be devastating for this team. So you need to be ready to respond to that, especially as the death timers will respawn and see the remaining members of GGTY back up and alive for both the options for the Drake and to end the game.
Yeah, Grindsky Eris, you saw they tried very hard to penetrate the mid lane though. They tried to look at the top side, and I feel like they're just too distracted, right? You can see Hellgirl shoving the bottom side, but then you have Rogue coming in already to accept that wave. Had Hellgirl put the effort over the top side or the mid side, I think that could have been better. The mass injustice, oh, the Rakan falls from the side of Grindsky Eris, and now they have to fight with a defensive wound for B5 once again.
And it's always been these situations that have been the deciding factors for it, and AA has been able to consistently make the best out of them, getting some good moments, eating away objectives with that first Baron loss, and now with this second dragon, the Elder Dragon. It's not going to be an easy task for sure. Even after seeing this, it doesn't change very much. You're not going to be able to win the game off of it. You're still going to be in that same situation we're in before, just with one extra dragon. That's not even going to be the case. They finish off the members of Grindsky, and it's only up to Hellgirl to continue split pushing. A wave accelerating through mid. Hellgirl cannot outpush this.
Yeah, there's no way that Hellgirl could be able to outpush this, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a rage. GGTY in the mid lane will slowly walk their way all the way into the Nexus. 1,600 HP. You can see the Rakan coming in just in time, but I don't think that's enough. GGTY will be going into the grand finals.
And a really solid performance from GGTY, executing very well the composition that they knew they had to. I really like the fact that they brought in some tankier options, being able to make those work in the fashion that they did. And, you know, you still see the Garen doing a massive amount of damage, being able to not only be that tanky force, but also being able to pull attention away. You see, going towards, you see him building up building armor items early on. Once you got the Black Cleaver, you get the Thornmail, you get the Sterix Gauge, you know, you have a lot of resistances against the members on the side of Grindsky, right? Because really, realistically, even with the Isa's makes damage with some of procs, it doesn't do all that much. And then you look back to Ray, who has optimized for first the Rod of Ages, which takes time to scale. Secondly, the Oblivion Orb, so that you cut some of the healing. You know, it's a lot of defensive items utility. It doesn't do very much to stop the Garen. They lack the damage once she had scaled up past a certain point. And I really like what we're seeing from this team. I think we're going into the finals. We have a really exciting matchup.
Yeah, totally. And I also another thing to point out, not only just the fact that GGTY, in the end of the day, has more damage to collapse on top of Grindsky Eris. Another point is, we're always seeing a manpower deficit from the side of Grindsky Eris. They're trying to use Helga to sneak away the turrets, trying to sneak away the split pushes. But GGTY, kudos to the map awareness. They are able to spot out Helga doing those sneaky bleaky steals and then send someone to defend. And I think, you know, at the pretty last team fight right there when they're fighting for the Elder Drake, right? I think it would definitely be there are more chances for Grindsky Eris to do something if Helga joined that fight. Helga wasn't there, so it's gonna be a 3v5 where you're already behind in gold, behind in dragon priority, and also behind in terms of the damage as well. So I think that's something that Grindsky Eris just didn't execute very well.
You know what? I feel like there are like a million things that we're gonna talk about with them. I think at the end of it all, you know, going into this Grindsky, I feel like he still played it really well, despite some of the issues that we might have kind of addressed while in the game. You know, because we saw so many cool moments. I was expecting that like the entire time, but we had like highs and lows. So I think it's a bit like a matter of consistency, balancing that. Once you get that balance there, I could see him being a really unstoppable force. Either way, for now, GTY will take the lead and they will push forward into the finals, and they get to play against the NSL, and that's a fun one, you know, because we see very overlapping champion pools for the most part. Baron lane junglers, both of them have pretty overlapping champion pools. They could have a very exciting one for sure.
Yeah, but also like what I said, Grindsky Eris though, that jungler, that Lee Sin was very, very nutty. And now GGTY, they pulled from a first game loss, they are unfazed in terms of the momentum, and now this confidence they built, beating one of the rivals, I would say, in the PH qualifiers as well, going into the grand finals, going to fight against NSL. That is the grand finals that we will be looking at later on. And with that said, don't go away. Grand finals coming up next. You don't want to miss that.
It's my time, watch me build another life, find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind, hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On the new adventure. adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
There's no doubt, gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space. Explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away. We won't see another day. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On the new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On the new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric. Lost in your eyes every time, there's no turning back. Swear I ain't got a chance. Had me caught up in you since the night on
go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. It's my time, watch me build another life. Find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. Adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions. Your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric.
And we are finally here, ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals of FSL Wild Rift Open. This is day number 2. Well, technically, this is already the grand finals. Already super excited about it, you can tell. GGTY from the Philippines going up against NSL from Singapore. My name is Jayz. Joining me right here is Gamernissem. And man, what a series to look out for.
Yeah, it really is. NSL, after their first match that we saw him play yesterday, they've actually been on a really good streak, right? They have been smashing their opponents 2-0, 2-0 all the way throughout this. And we actually saw Team Yako play against Revive Me before, and Yako got 2-0 over their opponents, and NSL 2-0 Yako. I mean, they are looking very hot right now on a streak and playing this one out. At the same time, though, I have to say, Grindsky were really strong going into the competition too. GGTY were able to pull out a win over them, so they are no slouches on their own. They are in a very tight matchup, I'd say.
Yep, and definitely, you know, GGTY really have to agree. I think they're elated, right? Going up against Grindsky earlier just now, winning that, in fact, they Grindsky actually beaten them in their SIBO, you know, national qualifiers, that kind of thing, and now they've beaten them. I think that's a big confidence boost that are going up against NSL, and that's going to be one very important factor. However, something that we need to also give a huge shout out is to our sponsors Intel and Yahoo, and of course up for grabs for both these two teams. One of them will be going home with 550 Singapore dollars richer, the other $250 Singaporean dollars richer.
Yeah, so you at least get something. I mean, I wouldn't say at least get something, but I think it's like, you know, there's so many things, like so many intangibles that you get, not just like the monetary reward, right? Like the FSL have been running leagues and opportunities for these teams to start building up experience again, especially because we are going to be seeing a medal match in the C games, I believe, for Wild Rift in both the men's and the women's division. So like, it's opportunities like this that are giving these teams the chance to go and play it out, to maybe get a slot into that. I know they set the selection start early, so of course we already have some like confirmed slots, but you know, maybe somewhere down the line they're like, hey, this player is really good, you know, we played against them, they showed us that they were really able to understand what needed to be done, and then from there they're like, oh, maybe we can get them as a sub, maybe we can get them in for a couple of games. So many speculative theories, but I like to say that this is an opportunity, a platform for these players to be discovered and to be given the opportunity to keep going further and on.
Yep, of course. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, hopping into the draft right now. We're excited to see this. What NSL will be drafting this time around. Granted, you mentioned earlier just now, both of these two teams share similar champion pools, and look at that. The bands Olaf, Jax, Camille, and of course Ari, Yasuo, and Jayz. Seems like NSL has been doing their homework, but Morgana getting locked in by GGTY.
So to get the first pick with the Morgana, so I'm thinking maybe NSL can trade that back with a Ziggs. Something like that could work pretty decently. I haven't seen very much Soraka, so I'm not sure how that one would play out for Rainbow or anything. And there we go, Ziggs I think fits really well. I mean, we think about why that would be the case, right? It's pretty... I think there are like a number of reasons. First off, it's very easy to break the Black Shield, and I think that alone is what really worthwhile. And we mentioned before, it's the ability to clear out waves from a distance and ways that you're not even in the lane for. So you can clear out like bot lane, top lane, whatever other lane with just your ultimate, and once you get that Luna's Echo, it's basically like a confirmed clear out.
Yep, and now locking in from the side of NSL, the set as well. Going into, well, technically we saw in game number 3 of GGTY, they brought the set to the jungle to great success, and now set could also go to the Baron lane. And now GGTY locking in the Senna and the Corki. Still not a lot of information being given out as of yet. These three, very flexible, but very squishy at the same time.
Yeah, still holding out like a little bit on what they want to try and get done. We still see options like the Garen available, which could be nice for the competition that they're working with, because it gives them some tankiness. You really don't want to give that away to NSL, I think, because they get incredibly tanky with this set Garen combo. It's like they're reading my mind. NSL ban away the Garen, a great option for them. Like we mentioned, you know, if you don't want to end up playing that for yourself, you don't want to give that away, then you might as well ban that out so that you get to play some better options.
Yeah, NSL, not only just reading your mind though, I think it's just sharing the homework, I would say. Garen was basically the winning condition coming out from the side of GGTY in game number 2 and game number 3 against their rival, but now getting banned away, it's so good, right? GGTY bans away the Jarvan, and now the Darius gets taken away. The Baron Laners pool gets limited for the side of GGTY. What else is there left?
I mean, we still have all reliable. Renekton, I think, for one, is something that can still be played. Into the set matchup, I think the Renekton still does decently well. Maybe NSL want to play it for themselves. You know, the Camille being taken away is a pretty important one. But there's few things that I want to keep in mind. Because you went for the Ziggs and the Diana, you know, Diana maybe could go in the jungle, but probably into the mid lane. At this point, it takes away some of the value from something like the Lulu. So you won't really be able to get the, like, that hyper carry kind of effect. So maybe you want to try and play for something with a little bit more impact, scaling in the jungle or something. I say Lulu, they play Lulu. I say it's not that good though. But okay, sure. I mean, they can prove me wrong.
Yeah, Brandon, you might want to take a look behind you. Not too sure whether NSL was actually looking at your homework. It feels like you said Lulu came out. You're basically just predicting all these picks though. But yeah, Lulu going into this, they need someone that really has this hyper carry. And even if they draft, I don't know, like a Zaya or something like, or even a Kai'Sa like this into this, now NSL feels like they don't really have the tankiness in mind.
Riven, I think, is maybe not the best option going into this one because you just saw the Lulu pickup. I think that the Lulu does really well blocking the Riven initially from getting that engage going, so it might be difficult for them to really get that much done. If they end up playing for the Amumu, I think that could work out for them if they want to really set up and combo with their spells, but it puts a lot of the emphasis on the Ziggs being able to do damage, as well as Diana, but it also kind of like funnels their kind of the damage type into magic, right? So you have physical damage, magic damage. If you only have magic damage, it's very easy to itemize against you. So maybe you might want to consider something differently. I think the Fiora is a pretty good pickup. Now we have something that does work in that hyper carry space, and you get the Lulu to boost that one up.
Yeah, providing additional attack speed for the Fiora to really shred through, hopefully, the Renekton and the Riven, and also finding the pickup on the Corki. There's a lot of outplay potential with the Repulse whenever the Morgana goes into the ultimate, and even the Renekton as well. So top lane become like the skill-based matchup. Renekton needs to try to snowball as quickly as possible, whereas Fiora, you know, very favored in terms of this 1v1 duel, but looking at the summoner spells right now, it feels like NS13 will be bringing the Fiora into the jungle against the Riven, whereas Set going against the Renekton. It feels like they're bringing the Baron lane-ish into the jungle in a sense, because Riven technically plays in the Baron lane as well, so I think that's really hilarious.
Yeah, it's that flexibility, you know, the flex space being able to go into like multiple roles. I'm just thinking like how Graves Riven does as a matchup in the jungle. I think that the Graves can do okay against Riven, so it might just be like a preference thing. I think Graves could have fit in into composition a little bit better because, you know, it is going to be range, gives them a little bit of tanky, like some additional tankiness. Can split push to some degree as well. But I guess with the Fiora, you know, that does indicate a specific playstyle that NSL might want to try and play for.
Yes, and of course, onto the loading screen and onto the Rift. Very soon we go. A very interesting matchup coming up from both of these two teams. A little bit of a, well, ladies handshake, I would say. Not so much of a gentleman's handshake this time round. GGTY in the blue, going in with the scaling Senna and the bottom lane, Morgana this time around, whereas from the side of NSL, hailing all the way from Singapore, and of course GGTY hailing all the way from the Philippines. NSL with the Ziggs hopefully could secure this game number 1 of the Grand Finals.
And to start things off, we get to see something interesting. I think that with the Morgana starting with the Amplifying Foam, it could be an indication that they're trying to play for fasting Senna, and they get the Morgana to go to EXP. So this could be quite nice if this means that the Senna is going to be able to just scale up with the souls faster, and then Morgana gets like the additional gold to start wave clearing. But then again, with Force of Life, right? With Force of with that Keystone, I think the Morgana actually changes her playstyle a little bit, so might not be able to go to full damage. I think I just have to wait and see what's going to happen here. I think with the gold lead that Morgana's building now, it's already kind of looking that way, you know?
And then you get to see, because, you know, does have the Tormentor Soul. It feels like Dan is actually picking out all these last hits though. Should be going into the fasting Senna at the bottom side. However, NSL, I think, you know, with the Lulu and the Ziggs, doesn't really, technically speaking, does help a little bit. The attack speed doesn't really, well, Ziggs doesn't get a lot of benefits from the attack speed. So I think NSL should be looking towards the mid part of the game where, you know, when they start having those 5v5 clashes, that's where, you know, the Lulu will get its money's worth.
Yeah, so, okay, I actually think NS10 might be able to take down Jones here. The Ignite is going to do a good amount of work. One more take? Yeah, couldn't get it, though.
Yeah.
So that is supposed to grab the gold here. It's supposed to grab the last hits because of the way that center passive works. If you don't last hit the creep, you end up getting closer towards the, you get more increased odds. Oh man.
Oh, man, 3 million year of binding then will be able to help. And GGTY to secure NS19 Diana, the first victim from the side of NSL this time round. Rainbow almost going down though, will be able to survive for this fight. Now this Corki should be able to scale, and of course with the range advantage in the mid lane, this Diana has to play a little bit more passive, going even into the ROA.
Yeah, so with that, that's also why NS13 has been going to the mid lane to try and clear out the waves so that they're able to get the pushback against the Corki, so Corki isn't able to just keep crashing the minion waves in and then deny golden EXP away from Diana potentially, and maybe even threaten to die with the Riven. And then another good thing is the Senna has been rotating over, right? So Doi has been going to the mid lane, has been grabbing some of the extra miss from Rainbow. And so the way that her passive works is that when she doesn't last hit, increases the odds of the miss dropping from minion creep, which is why Dead is taking the last hits, and that's what fasting Senna is about. So by not taking that, you're supposed to run on low economy, but in the meantime, you also end up getting more miss, and so that helps with your scaling later on.
Yeah, a very low economy, like all reliables going in from the side of GGTY, and now we can see a bit of a gank coming out from Rogue. The flash will be used, the NS10 will be sending 2 of these champions right into their faces, stunning him down, slowing down. We'll be able to survive for this time.
Survives this time around, but no flash on neither NS10 or Rogue at this point. Could make things difficult, right? Because the set ideally wants to be able to jump in and initiate and kind of assist and pull attention away from the Fiora so that NS13 can find the maximum amount of value at any given point of time. Whereas with Rogue, being a good team fighting champion, generally with all the spells that she has, that flash is also quite an impactful one. So it's kind of difficult, I think, to say who really came up a hit in this position. Of what we know for sure is that NS10 is going to become a vulnerability in the side lane.
Yeah, NS10 will become a vulnerability, especially, you know, this Renekton has been doing a very good job to basically suppress this set from being super crazy, and now with these neutral objectives being spawned as well, it's up to both of these two teams to take. Doi will be able to dish out some damage, but the binding coming in for the side of it, on top, landing on top of NS11, and now GGTY will try to look to collapse on top with a nice nice pick coming out from GGTY, pushing the Lulu back to base for now.
Get the Senna Lulu back, and it's also important to note that no ultimate on the Lulu means coming back here, she won't have that EXP. They're gonna miss the opportunity to get a good fight. Den is already level 7 because she's been picking up the EXP instead.
Instead, it is going to be ultimately landing down by the side of the Senna as well, providing some shields, and that could be that wasn't enough though to basically land the Faber all the way back. 1 pixel versus 1 pixel, and it could be anyone's game. NS10 was the one who actually get out alive, and now NS11 taking a little bit more damage. That binding would not be able to connect though, but look at all these close calls coming out from both these two teams.
I think what happened there towards the bottom side was that Rainbow came in with the package and so was able to get a better position. I mean, look at the vision line right now. GGTY have done such an amazing job of getting control around the river, whereas NSL has had to overextend and really break their max to get some information into the brushes to detect when Jones is going to be stepping forward, so they get some information towards the Rift Town. They know they're going to start this one up. Curious if this is going to mean that they're going to fight for this. The only ultimates left up right now are Rogue's ultimate with the Riven, which is a really nice execute, and the Wild Growth from NS11.
Yep, Wild Growth. And now they will be able to clash on top of this. NSL don't want GGTY to get their grubby paws on top of this Rift Herald. They want to secure it for themselves. Looking a little bit low. It is going to be still NSL. Technically, I would say it's a steal. Stow the Rift Herald away from GGTY.
They take that one away, and they get to also move towards the Dragon here, I think, because now you get the opportunity to use the Rift Herald in the mid lane and then go towards the Dragon. So you make them have to respond to either threat, especially if you can kill off the center here. Doi is stepping up pretty far forward. The Morgana is necessary to keep them safe, but because of that, Morgana isn't going to be able to reposition for the Dragon time.
Yeah, I love the fact that NSL did not plonk down the Rift Herald because they know the Morgana should be able to wave clear the minions very quickly, so they're not going to waste that Rift Herald. They're going to save it for another rainy day, and now NSL will start up the Dragon. In the meantime, top side though, this set is not having a good time. Gets him taken down, but then NSL will trade for the Infernal Drake.
They have to try and use the Rift Herald to the bot side now, because otherwise it's going to be mean first turret in the top lane. They have two members pushing out both the Senna and the Riven. Both of them have a lot of damage when trying to take down these turrets. I think the Rift Herald will be the difference maker though. I'm going to pick this one up first.
Ooh, yep, very nice pickup coming out from the side of NSL. GGTY don't really have the Rift Herald, might find themselves a little bit slow to push it all the way down. Economically, I think even though GGTY seems still ahead, NSL did secure the Drake after all.
They get the, that dragon is actually to make up for a lot of the gold, especially if they maintain this small of a gold gap later down the line as well, right? This gold difference is going to mean less and less as they go deeper into the game. I think what really does matter though is the fact that they are quite a bit behind in EXP, specifically with Goy, because of the nature of the way that the fasting center is going to end up playing out. NS11 has had a difficult time trying to maintain that EXP. Yeah, while NS10 will once again get collapsed on, this time by all 5 members. They never give her a break. She's going to have to fight for her life. She goes down, but this mid lane is looking juicy.
Yeah, this mid lane is definitely looking juicy overall. It feels like at this time NS10 has become bait for the side of GGTY. NSL probably identifies this, will crack open the mid lane turret of the side of GGTY. This means a lot of space that NSL will be able to roam around, but now GGTY is going to continue this breakthrough at the bottom side. They have the tempo, and now this is absolutely free for the side of GGTY.
They get the turret, I wouldn't say it's exactly free. They end up trading 2 turrets for that, so it depends on how you value. Is it worth an outer and an inner tier turret in a side lane versus an outer tier turret in the mid lane? I'd say maybe not so much, right? Because of how the nature of your champions are. And the playstyle you're maybe trying to go for, you know, the Fiora really wants that free space so they can rotate around, apply pressure across the map, whereas you'll get the extra benefit of shutting down the set more, so the set becomes less and less of a threat in the side lane specifically. But I think, you know, it doesn't matter so much, because at any point, your NS10 really only has to do the bare minimum damage to a wave, and the rest of it can be cleared by IRP anyway, so it's quite easy for them to use these two things in conjunction to just make sure that NS10 is relatively safe, unless they commit 5 people to dive her every single time.
Yeah, it feels like, you know, GGTY literally painted a target on NS10's back. Whenever NS10 appears on the map, especially with, you know, look at the vision coming out from GGTY, they're just gonna hammer on top of her, just make sure that this set doesn't scale. But if you do that, you allow NSL so much free real estate to roam around to do whatever they want, right? Because you're gonna have to commit 5 members on top of that. But as the time goes on by, this fasting center start to pick up these crucial items. The Black Cleaver going in as well, and all these key items coming in. And now looking at the state of the map, package being picked up by Rainbow, they're looking at this Rift Herald once again.
What I do really like here is the fact that NS19 has already managed to pick up her Crystalline Reflector, so she's going to take a lot less damage from a couple of the big threats, right? So from Rogue and from Joe especially.
Ooh, big damage coming in, big bombs activated. No, you already used. Looking at the Rift Herald, going to go into the favor of GGTY though. NSL tried to punish it for it, but it is still going to be the backline for the side of the set. Will not be able to live a little bit longer. Try to take it down, looking very slow, looking to play a lot of clutch games, but it is still going to be a Rift Herald secured by GGTY, and now NSL, they committed 3 members on top of that. Not a very good trade.
Yeah, not the best situation there. You know, I kind of said like, oh yeah, she's gonna have to take a little bit less damage, but you play into the package timing. It's quite unfortunate, right? You generally don't want to end up doing that, especially because I feel like you probably could defend against the Rift Herald, right? So even if the Rift Herald ends up being procced and then trying to be used, you know what does end up going decently for them at the very least, because package was used there. That means that GTY don't get a free dragon as well, right? Because if they if they gave away the Rift Herald too quickly, then GTY get to rotate for the dragon. They get to play for that right away. So all in all, it's not the worst loss for them. Ideally, they would have had better damage mitigation, but still playable for sure for the people.
Yeah, look at how quick NSL really wants to take on this Rift Herald GGTY. They really want to use this to try to create some space for them, make sure that NSL doesn't really set up camp at the Mountain Drake. In fact, GGTY will go all the way in, big bomb spreading all the damage, and now NSL will be able to push GGTY away from the Drake. It is going to be the Riven leading on the charge, as the Drake will be helping both of these two teams. So much damage from the side of the Rainbow, shredding the members of NSL. And don't forget, it is going to be the tainted soil, whatever that comes out from Morgana. So much damage in GGTY's kit, and they overwhelm NSL with love.
Oh my goodness, so clutch down to the very wire GGTY. I mean, look at the things that happened there, right? The only thing that could have possibly changed that was if Ivy had not gone binded at that point. Every other spell was used to utmost efficiency. 5-man Moonfall ultimate. You get the Fiora diving in, but it's so tough. NS13, I don't blame her for this, right? Having to try and pop all your vitals while in between 5 enemy members, it's so difficult to try and pilot. So GGTY do very well in identifying that. They get 2 back-to-back fights that will now bring them 4,000 gold ahead. And this is only going to keep compounding more while they still have the Senna scaling, while they have the Corki scaling. You know, Riven is still going to be a very strong teamfight menace later down the line.
Yeah, so everything feels like it's going well for the mid lane. NSL, even though yes, they secured the Infernal Drake, they do know how to play around all these objectives. And well, especially in the early part of the game, feels like GGTY is slowly gaining ground in terms of this particular map. And now, especially with the bottom lane for the side of NSL so clear out for the side of GGTY, NSL has to commit to manpower to constantly go and just try to clear the bottom side. Yes, we mentioned about Ziggs should be able to clear it very quickly with the ultimate, but that is one less ultimate that I feel NSL needs more damage, so that bomb could have been better used for the team fight as compared to the wave clear.
Dragon, Baron's now spawning up. Looking at what it's gonna be, it's gonna be an Elder Ocean Drake later down the line too. So for both these two teams, could be nice to have, but probably wouldn't be as impactful. They should jump on the NS13 right away.
Oh, this is another problem. It feels like an Ari problem. As long as you land down the charm, as long as you land on the Dark Binding with the Morgana, that's one person from the side of NSL dead. Just so unfortunate, Riposte wasn't able to cop up in time.
And another big issue is because the execution calling done completed by Doi, a lot of the healing from NS13 is going to be cut, and it's very difficult for her to actually, even after proccing her vitals, getting the Grand Challenge down to actually get much value out of it.
Yep, in fact, NS19 will force to use the ultimate Ghost into Golden to wait for the members of NSL to come on in. Lulu will be on top of the Wild Growth, trying to peel against GGTY, but there's so much damage from the side of their team. Just this Crocodile going on rampage, picking up NSL one by one.
And it was an attempt to save the turret, so NS19 will go down for it. They actually brings down NS11 with her. I'm trying to recall, I think we had a suggestion from one of the viewers in chat that they call them by their train station names. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if everyone will get that reference, so I'm going to hold off on that. But you know what? It's still interesting to think about, so maybe somewhere down the line I might give that a try. But brings down NS11 with her. So, you know, losing both the Lulu and the Diana there while trying to save the turret, they may at least take back against the Senna. I mean, it's small wins, I guess. But now with the gold lead changing back into GGTY's favor and the gold is continuing to snowball, there are a few things that could be done by NSL here, I think. They really have to just work on maintaining the line where it currently stands. So you see where the minion waves are right around the river. So if they are in that kind of neutral position, when the enemy team starts pushing in, which is GGTY starts pushing in, they need to clear it out. Then that's where they can continue to pressure around the Baron and things like that. If it extends too far, of course, it's going to be pretty dangerous for you to. If it extends too far, it's going to be pretty dangerous for you to go and walk into your own jungle and stuff because you're going to get caught out without that vision there. But if it goes too near, then, you know, we start to see the siege come through from GGTY. Baron becomes a very real threat. So it's this constant awareness of, like, this fine balance to stall it out until they get strong enough. Yeah,
NSL, but stalling the game, at least it works very well for NSL's side, but you can see how Den is trying to constantly land on the Dark Binding. Anytime this Dark Binding actually finds his mark, like right now, in fact, landing on top of the poor little Ziggs, will get sniped all the way down. The Crocodile coming in for the flank, and now the Grand Challenge will be issued. It is going to be a big Fiora, dishing out the damage that's required though, but the Dark Binding once again saves GGTY's lives.
It will stop them from continuing on, and with the Fiora being able to take down at least the Riven in this position, you know, it's very heartening to see for NSL. They get to know that if we end up in a side lane, 1 versus 1, Fiora versus Riven or Fiora versus Renekton, the Fiora will win. That's the information, that's the insight they have gleaned from these moments, and so now they just really have to play to that knowledge. A lot of damage back over onto Dirty. If they're able to kill her off fast, be nice here.
Yeah, but unfortunately they would not be able. The consolation prize is the Cloud Drake, but at least this allows, you know, the likes of the Fiora and also and the set to try to walk around the map even faster. But here's the thing, right, Brandon? GGTY is looking to scale uncontrollably already. In fact, they've already scaled. You know, the Senna has already farmed up, already participating in those fights as well. The Renekton has been rampaging all across the board. NSL though, I think they may have to switch gears a little bit. They have to slow down, to hold down until and wait for the Ziggs to scale. But would that be enough time?
Yeah, time is always going to be that question, right? Whether or not there's going to be enough of it is a really big one. They actually get a bit of information into the Baron pit, so they know that this is going to be done. The package is used, and Blake into the pit.
Oh, the Baron still getting torn apart by GGTY, and now NSL will try to collapse on top of some people, but will not be able to find down the goals. Will be able to find Den. It's looking a bit low as well. Will finally get taken down by the Bobs, giving the shutdown goal, but GGTY will walk away with the Baron buff on 4 members.
They were only able to finish off Den in that entire fight. Rogue was so low, but an incredible combo to dash away, flash away from from NS13, who had the Grand Challenge executed onto her. So Rogue surviving there changes the fight a lot, because if that Grand Challenge went down, there's so much more NSL gains from being in that position. They heal up, they get and honestly it's the morale boost as well, knowing that you're playing within that healing AoE zone just makes them feel a lot safer in taking that exchange. So GGTY continue on now with 4 Baron buffs, very effective against the Ziggs, who's going to have a tough time trying to figure it out.
Yeah, you get to see, like, you know, NSL in fact already evolved. Ziggs already evolved the item already, so it should be doing a little more damage, more spammy, small bombs in the face of GGTY. But GGTY, they do have the Baron buff. At least NSL could try to clear very quickly with the bombs from afar, but it's going to be NS10 smashing John easy all the way in, but will get rooted. These roots coming up from GGTY has been clutch to stall down NSL.
GGTY will finally get to break open the mid lane turret after being denied that opportunity by the Ziggs for a long time. IMP just has to focus on and trying to make sure that the inhibitor turrets can stay up. It's going to be a difficult task, especially as it's start to crash in multiple cannon waves.
Yep. And now, you know, GGTY splitting top and bottom. Hopefully these splits has been very good. Grand Challenge has been issued once again on top of Zone E. Easy, but nothing could be done for the side of NSL. Same with GGTY. They still do have the Baron buff that is a little bit annoying for the side of NSL. Desperately trying to clear the waves as quickly as possible. At least GGTY shoved the wave right into NSL's faces, and now they're playing on pure defense.
And I think defense is a very reasonable position for them to be playing from. You know, they don't have to be that concerned about going forward aggressively. They can just chill out, wait until they have the opportunity again, you know, before starting to make that big push, trying to pick up the big objectives, because you still have this dragon coming up pretty soon. It would be nice for NSL to grab this. You know, they already have 2 drakes. Amplifying the effects further is just going to make things easier for them.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like NSL really want to secure the bottom side. 30 seconds on that clock for that neutral objective. And GGTY though, no package being picked up by the side of GGTY. I think Rainbow could have used the package, which is very readily available. But GGTY should be able to set up camp even faster as compared to NSL. So it's up to NSL to try to break it all the way in. 5 men stacking on top of each other is NSL. Looking to hunt, looking to catch someone off. But they don't have the vision.
Response to play from the initiation, engage onto the set.
Engaging on the set, gets rooted once again. So much root, so much stuns coming out. Rogue will be able to finish it off, but it's going to be the burn coming out from the Morgana that finishes off. And now NSL will walk into the Dragon Pit if they really want to with a manpower deficit. GGTY could take this Ocean Drake right now, but NSL looking at how they're going to path, they're looking how they want to play. Rogue once again focusing on top, will be able to catch the stun. The center ultimate goes on the way in. John Easy dashing and slicing and crushing NSL drop all the way way down as GGTY, well, they don't need to chase. They already secured the Elder Ocean Dragon technically 5 seconds ago.
And a good pickup for GGTY, who were able to split up the fight incredibly well. NS19 with a valiant effort to try and zone out the backline away from NSL, so they get some space to play against them. Unfortunately for them, the Renekton is too strong at this point. Even with the Fiora damage, it took too long to take down the Renekton, and even at the end, didn't manage to actually kill him. So she survives, Joan comes back, NS13 unfortunately will not be able to scale up to the point that she wants to be at. Renekton already level 15, Fiora still level 14, trying to chase after.
Yeah, and NSL, you know, losing the Baron buff over to GGTY as well. Yes, they lost not only just the Drake, they also lost the Baron. It's going to hurt NSL tremendously, in my opinion. GGTY, if you noticed, that Corki earlier just now didn't even pick up a package. Now picking out a package, feels like GGTY wants to send the payload all the way to the mid lane with the Baron buff as well to actually ensure this win. NSL desperately trying to clear the wave. Desperation is the name of the game coming in from NSL.
NSL just want to try and keep things going as long as they can, hoping that they might be able to overcome this goal difference some way, somehow. But calculating it all, you know, the main bulk of that gold that they need to get it on is the Fiora. Fiora just hasn't been able to scale up to the point that they want to be on. NS19, I think, has been doing a good job of trying to execute on some of these plays. Fortunately for them, you know, the goal difference is just too big now. A lot of the enemy teams have stats that aren't easily going to be overcome. Scaling up stronger. Doyas at a really good point, 22 minutes in the game.
Yep, it's really hard. GGTY breaks open the mid lane, and now they'll follow suit. Top side, bottom side, it is pandemonium happening on the side of NSL base. Super white, clean, and now GGTY will walk and stamp all across the living room of NSL. The Nexus looking very, very juicy, and now the members of GGTY just gonna focus fire on that, and finally giving game number 1.
And you say the GGTI walk into the living room, they walk in the living room with their shoes on. NSL have shoe marks all over the living room floor now, right? They need to clean it up, they need to mop it up. They need some time to figure out what needs to be done, right? Look at what's happening here. The goal difference is pretty significant, especially because the one that you wanted most on, your Fiora, needed to be on par with the rest of the enemy team. Jones, Rogue, Rainbow all have more gold than her. Even then, by playing that fasting Senna bot lane is at 15,000. That is comparable with the Diana, right? Whereas the Lulu is significantly further behind. So understanding this, I think they might have to go and change this up a little bit. I think it is ultimately down to preference. They did a pretty decent job in the mid game, but there were some pretty critical points that when they got outscaled, just started to spell disaster for NSL.
Yeah, you talk about outscaled. I see the Senna that like literally has almost the same gold as the Fiora, which is basically like the richest player in the side of NSL, and you telling me like, you know, GGTY has scaled? Yes, they have scaled even harder, and NSL just allowed the Senna to scale all the way to the late game. We talked about this during the game where we're worried about if NSL were to buy time, this Senna is going to scale uncontrollably and infinitely. And of course, another point to take note is there's so many stuns and roots coming out from the side of GGTY. There's Den with the Dark Binding, there's always the Senna with the stun root as well. There's also the stun from Rogue, there's also the stun 3 million stun coming out from, you know, the Renekton. If GGTY were to focus fire on any one of NSL, it's so difficult to basically crack open. We mentioned about this Fiora. Yes, she was able to duel with the Lulu, you know, ultimate as well to try to fight it off, but if you stun this Fiora at her tracks, she wasn't able to pop off these vital points, and therefore the Grand Challenge doesn't seem like a challenge anymore.
Yeah, I think that's like basically coming down to how their base kits work. So ultimately, there's so much value that the Morgana is going to see. Even if you're behind without many items, you know, the Binding is always going to be effective. The Dark Shield's always going to be effective. You know, Soul Shackle is the same way. So just so much absolute value from the Morgana, as opposed to some of the other things that require a lot more resource management on the side of NSL.
Yeah, and with that said, it's just a very tough fight for NSL, right? GGTY slams game number 1 against NSL in the grand final. But don't worry, this is a best of 5, ladies and gentlemen. There's plenty of opportunities for NSL to basically, you know, clean up the living room just a little bit. Make sure that GGTY takes off their shoes before stepping into their own base. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, don't go away. Go into a short break. We'll be right back.
It's my time, watch me build another life. Find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reactions, your aura strikes like lightning. Got no words, I'm just drowning in attraction. Only one way to describe it. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings.
go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the FSL Wild Rift Open. This is game number 2 of the Grand Finals. My name is Jayz. Joining me right here is Gamernissem, and we are your casters for today, and of course yesterday as well. And wow, GGTY, took it by the storm in game number 1 up against NSL.
Yeah, NSL, unfortunately, were not able to take that first round win, but they definitely showed us some interesting ideas. The fact that they were willing to play for the hyper carry jungler and then try and play that into the late game did a decent amount of damage, but at that point, the scaling was too out of control. I think the Renekton was too difficult for them to try and deal with. They were still able to take down Rogue on the Riven on a number of occasions, but it's always these small little moments where they narrowly escape that you kind of lose the advantage tempo that you were supposed to get. So hopefully going into the second one, small adaptations, small adjustments for NSL. Otherwise, I felt like they drafted pretty decently. I think both teams drafted really well, especially understanding what they want to try and get done. So it's really the execution that comes down into it.
Yeah, so it's all about, it feels like, it's like what you said, right? Both these two teams, they know how to draft, which is kind of interesting. They have their own unique ideas on how they want to win. Yeah, we have to take a look at the execution, right? Make it feel like, in a draft, yes, it's equally important right now, but we gotta have to take a look at how they execute, because GGTY, the execution has been really, really clean. There's a lot of times where GGTY is managed to escape with a single pixel of health, and then all these small little errors stack up against NSL, because NSL wasn't able to allow the Fiora to scale, allow this Fiora to go ahead and kill. And in my opinion, it just boils down to the fact that GGTY in game number 1, there's way too many stuns, way too many routes for this Fiora to just dodge around.
Yeah, the repulse only really stops the one, right? Unless they stack multiple at a time. So you have to time it out really well, and then after that, it's about getting into the fights and dealing with that response directly from there. So looking forward to see if they want to keep continuing on with that, or they're going to change it up as we jump into the next picks and bans. They actually go for the Jayz right away. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, NSL first pick this time round. A lot of targeted bans. These are the champions that GGTY has shown. The Ahri, the Senna, the Morgana, and thus, GGTY responds with the Camille, Jax, and Olaf's more common suspects coming up from GGTY's side of the bans. But NSL secures the Jayz, whereas GGTY will take the set and Corki away.
They get Set and Corki a really strong dual combo right now. Ziggs is still left open, so they could go for something like that again. But I think with the Jayz, it kind of represents something. It kind of shows a different hand here. So I don't think that Jayz necessarily is going to be the best option for them. Yeah, something like the Garen could do really well, right? And then now we're looking to see if they want to continue with what we saw last game with NS19 trying to pilot that Diana. I think Diana could do decently with the compositions that they may try and go for. I think, but with the Jayz, probably going to go into the mid lane. Might go against the Corki. There's a lot of flexibility still here. We don't necessarily have to say okay, one definitive answer across the board.
Yeah, I really like the flexibility that NSL has shown. Like I said, the draft, not only just in terms of, I feel like they've scored like full points in my books in terms of drafting, right? So much flexibility. You can bring the Jayz to the jungle. We've seen that before. The Garen, technically speaking, if you're really feeling a little bit frisky, you could go all the way down to the bottom side as a support Garen and still do quite a insane amount of damage. But GGTY though, showing the hand a little bit. This Lee Sin going into the jungle set could be going into, technically still could go into a Baron lane. Well, like I said, if you're feeling frisky, could go into the mid as well.
Yeah, a couple of options available still. It's interesting that GGTY has opted to ban away the Lulu because I didn't feel like Lulu was a big necessary problem for them. And additionally, I don't see many options that they can pair the Lulu kind of with. I felt like that was one of the maybe potential issues why Ziggs wasn't able to get as much done, because the Lulu paired together with Ziggs doesn't really do that much. Ziggs is basically in its doing its own game, right? Playing its own style, doing its own thing. So IIP was kind of pretty much left to be self-sufficient. It's a very different position from what maybe they could have wanted to try and go for. So this time around, now that that option has already been banned away, they could continue this trend by going for something with like strong engage, something like the Rakan, so you try and bump in, jump up. Yuumi not available yet, I believe. So Yuumi Garen is not a combo that they get to run. That is going to, I think, is going to end up dominating the meta in a couple of patches. So let's see how that one plays out. For now, though, yeah, Rakan could be an option. Maybe something like the Braum? Janna, maybe.
I personally feel if I were GGTY, the Braum looks very nice, right? You get to delete projectiles coming out from the Ziggs, coming out from the Jayz, especially when you try the long range poke. But there's a lot of artillery strikes coming out from the side of NSL, right? Got the Ziggs and the Jayz as well. But GGTY picking up the Thresh this time round. I think it's the first time I'm seeing a Thresh in this particular tournament with the hook trying to pick people off, especially when they're constantly trying to toss bombs at you. I think the Thresh will be very interesting going up against NSL.
Okay, so they do end up going for the Rakan. I think that is a pretty reasonable option after the Thresh. So I feel like the big three options that are still left available are going to be that Braum, Rakan, and Janna. I think Janna just wouldn't be that great of a matchup against the Thresh anyway. We saw how that kind of worked out, and then they go back for the auction. Honestly, I like to see it. You know, it's slightly different from what we've generally been seeing so far. It does mean that the main bulk of the AP damage is going to be the Ziggs, but they have a lot of damage. Very strong champions overall. But this means that we're looking at a direct confrontations. Whoever plays out the fights better, that's likely going to win it.
Yeah, and at the very least, NSL, I feel like with the range advantage, right, they should be able to whittle down GGTY from that. But with that said, though, oh my goodness, it feels like almost the same game once again coming out from GGTY, constantly stun, landing on the stuns, on the stuns coming out from from GGTY from the Twisted Fate. It's similar playstyle with the Morgana, just constantly land on stuns, and NSL will be slightly holding the tracks, and just in case anything happens, the wild cards with this tremendous range, I can poke you back just in case if anything happens. But yeah, the Corki feels like a little bit of a shorter range in my opinion, the Gatling gun, but relies on top of the Garen to try to just zero in them, and that's where Corki gets a money shot. But overall, in terms of the draft wise, I would still prefer GGTY because, yeah, bias on that Twisted Fate. I love that Twisted Fate too much.
Twisted Fate or Akali, you get your two favorite picks. Well, and they banned away the Akali, so they did the next best thing, which is to pick up Twisted Fate, right? With that though, you know, there is a little bit of a risk for the outshot because the Destiny gives so much information away, and so NS19 has to be very aware of the fact that if she's going to rotate, it has to be quite decisive and quite quick. So might have to bring in Jayz with the jungle to try and get something done early on as well, because otherwise, once Destiny comes in, they get information on where the outshot is. You could either play away from her or take the fight over to them. So a number of things that need to be done here in this case. Let's see how they want to get this done.
Yep, let's take a look at the execution this time around. We've commended on the drafts. They know how to draft. They know how to play the game on paper. But now it is time to get their feet wet. Well, technically, their fingers wet because we were playing the game with your fingers, not your feet. But we are going to game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. NSL has a lot more to prove for us against GGTY. GGTY with the momentum, with the tempo they've secured, fighting against one of the rivals. I think that confidence boost eat into game number 1, allowing them to take game number 1 away from NSL. Whereas NSL though, they have play it carefully.
I tell you what though, nobody's ever said that you can't play the game with your feet. So
What?
someone down the line, I'm sure someone could make that work. For now though, it's all gonna be with hand gameplay. NS19 actually gets a pretty good trade and exchange across, and this is especially gonna matter because it's an Ignite versus Exhaust matchup. So NS19 using the Ignite is going to be able to force Rainbow Ox. So Rainbow, unless she used the Exhaust right away once she saw that jump in, was destined to lose that exchange. And so she needs to go and pick up the sustain early on so that the Lee Sin has to come over. And then Rogue is now going to have to try and match that tempo. So try and come in and gank the Akshan. But look at where the junglers are starting, right? Jayz clears out the bottom side, grabs the Raptors, does not clear the bottom Croc Cap as well. So that means they're likely not going to be moving down to the bottom side. So instead going for a 4-camp clear, pick up the blue buff, and you can check your options from there. Jayz is more than content to just keep farming up and pick up the gold EXP required to become stronger, whereas with Rogue, there's a bit more agency, right? You want to get more done as that Lee Sin. You want to gank a lane, you want to pick up the Skull Crabs, you want information. So she's actually going to end up going to prioritize with the Skull Crab. I think it's traded on both sides here. So the Lee Sin, I think, is a smaller window. I don't really see much on the map available for Rogue to really try and play for.
Yeah, I totally agree with you because GGTY has the bottom side completely pushed unless, GGTY wants to get this very cheeky invade at turret dive, in fact, and the mid lane from the side of NSL, or, GGTY will actually 3-man roam. Oh, wait, sorry, is that a emergency meeting being called at the bottom side?
Yeah,
at
there's
4-man
four
gank,
here, but there's no minion wave at all, so they dodge away from the initial spells. They can really outplay this.
Yeah, and now they're gonna just dive it all the way. It's a lot of sums being burned right off the bat, the flashes, whatever you call it, even from the side of NS11 as well. Both of them gone. I don't know what to feel. GGTY very greedy at the bottom side.
I don't think it's greedy. They just knew their limits, and they played exactly what needed to be done. Because Ben dies, but it's an execute because she didn't even take damage from any of the players on the side of NSL, right? So she ends up getting the execute. She actually knew exactly what needed to be done. She took the turret damage to save her team from potentially losing multiple members there. Huge props over to them for actually identifying that and playing it right up to the very limits, which is actually gone to the Rocket Bell as well. So this is going to give them a pretty good opportunity to find the initial pick-off right before the fight starts, especially around this objectives. Bro, he's setting on top of one.
Man, yeah, I really have to agree. You can see the urgency going into Rogue, right? She needs to make some plays and she needs to find the plays. If not, the Jayz will outscale tremendously in the later part of the game and try to scale the side lanes. Make sure that the Corki gets into this Gatling gun beast mode or even the set beast mode. But I feel like NSL was able to match up with the set pressure on the top side. Rogue not farming, just waiting in the brush, just waiting for anything to happen at all. I don't know, may cost GGTY the jungle pressure a little bit.
Yeah, that's about the Rocket Belt. Didn't quite work out there, but it still gives them a lot of space, and you see what happens now as they are looking to try and take this one away, but a beautiful combo comes across. NS11 gets the initial engage off, and S13 falls through with the hammer. The exhaust back down into the Rakan, but a dash from an NS19, a few more attacks will execute off the remaining members. A flying triple kill comes across for NSL.
You want to take a triple kill? They take it in style, in the air. And speaking about in the air, I wasn't expecting this Rakan to suddenly just collapse on top of it. Very nice follow-up coming out from NSL. And then what they do, they just rotate over to the Mountain Dragon. This is the early game start the NSL wants to look out for.
Exactly that, right? They get a fight, they get the conversion onto the Dragon, and now GGTY is trying to equalize by picking up the Rift Arrow, but see what's happened here. NSL are gonna be able to start rotating over. A bunch of ultimates are available on GGTY's side, but they're not the same impact.
Yeah, not the same impact. In fact, GGTY will be able to use it, sending the Garen all the way into the other side of the fight, though. Will not be able to equalize that. It is going to be a Rift Herald secure. I'm not too sure because I was just looking at, Garen flying up in the air. But then again, it is going to be, oh my goodness, NSL stole it away from GGTY.
Yeah, big energy from NSL right now. This game,
yeah, man.
They are upset, they are mad, they are here to take everything away. NS19 is like, wow, my 5-man Diana ultimates weren't enough to win us last game. Fine, this time I'm going to play Akshan. I am going to carry through that instead. well, it's working out so far for NSL, especially because now with 2 critical items completed, right? Let's take a look at where things are. First things first, you have the Blade of the Rune King done for the Akshan. That's a lot of damage, especially on the set early on, because now set with the Black Cleaver has a lot of HP, but that's just pure base HP. So instances like this, they can die very effectively. Set cannot survive against the damage of the Akshan. They just have to give up the turret entirely.
Yeah, NSL, they're here, they're looking for blood. In fact, not even gonna actually force the Rift Herald to actually lose, and Rogue actually lost his life right there. The Haymaker, the shield coming out, but not tanky enough. The Akshan just melting people left, right, center, and it's gonna be very hard for GGTY. Knocked up in the air, is dead once again. Deleted right across the map, and Akshan, my god, NS19 is flying around, picking off GGTY in style.
That was a beautiful job from NS11 to rotate over and get the charm onto Den, and then to some extent onto Doi, because Doi was then forced away. Unfortunately, they couldn't get the kill there. They did use that exhaust. Would have been nice too, but they do manage to get 2 turrets up in the top side. It's going to give them a lot of space to play from. They actually try to jump onto NS13. Akshan being here, I actually think they can win this one out, or at least like try and get them out to safety. Yeah, just
NS13
use the flash.
Yeah, NS13 using the flash. I think NS13 was trying to back out, trying to recall all the way back to base, and GGTY, you know, being rude, uninvited guests like game number 1 decide to interrupt their recall. But I mean, that's just PSA, guys. Make sure that you recall all the way back before actually opening up the shop menu.
Yes. Make sure to open up your stuff first before checking your shop menu. I do agree with that. You know, there are many a times that people been caught unawares about that. But you can pre-buy, you know, with Wild Rifts. You can just like set up your itemization beforehand when you spawn in, and then bam, buy the second shop back in the base. So let's take a quick stock check on where things are, because the next thing that's going to come up is that Inferno Drake, the Dragon, and the Rift Herald were killed pretty reasonably far apart, so there actually is going to be a bit of downtime before the next Rift Herald spawns. So in this time, only 1 objective on the map. NSL definitely want to pick this up for themselves. They get a good amount of space off of this, but where it does matter is that GGTY, they have great pick potential. If they get into the position around the Dragon first, they can use the Thresh, poke them out, and use the Lee Sin, execute someone right off the bat. Unfortunately for them, you can see right now, GGTY have conceded control around that because they want to try and get the package first instead.
Yep, they want to take the package first, sending GGTY backing all the way off, but in the same time, NSL sneaks another turret right off GGTY's noses. NSL looking to set up base cam right there. Sorry, GGTY is setting a base cam right there, but NSL though, a little bit slower this time around. Dragon going to be spawning. Looking at the vision, feels like GGTY has been keeping up with their vision game. The whole river is literally lit up like Christmas trees. And it's up to whether, you know, GGTY wants to go to the Dragon Pit first.
You're right, there's a lot of vision there. But that vision's around the objectives that hasn't spawned yet. It's spawning up now, and they are on the other side of. So NSL has given up position over the GGTY, so they get to get the Dragon here instead. It's gonna be nice little pickup for GGTY. I'm curious if NSL can actually punish this at all. Or this is just them looking for the mid lane turret in this time.
Yep, spawning probably the Rift Herald very soon. I think, oh, it's already spawned this time round. In fact, it's gonna be GGTY collapsing on top of NSL. Not enough damage. They think that Inferno Drake should have enough damage. No, they have an Akshan deck with the Blade of the Rune King. Melts the net set all the way down, and Rogue flying from downtown will fly to its death as well, thinking he has enough damage. Finally, NS13 takes all the way. NS13 marching all the way in with a quadra kill. Oh my goodness, NSL, they found a momentum in this game.
She's mad. That Fiora game doesn't count. She's in here to play the quadra kill on the Jayz. Some champions are easier to quadra than others. Some champions are easier to multi-kill than others. Jayz, I would say, is not one of those. You can see the impact they had there, right? That all started with John ZZ trying to jump in and take out IMP's IP in that position. Well, overextended, the Ziggs got caught out, had to flash, and even despite that, the set chased afterward with ultimate. Where it does seem to be an issue though, was because the set tried to commit into that, the rest of the team felt like they had to go and assist. The Twisted Fate at this point does not have the range or the utility to really provide much for the team, apart from some additional burst damage, which, very frankly, is not going to be the deciding factor in a lot of situations, I think. So I think they needed to wait that out. If that had happened 8 minutes from now, 10 minutes from now, very likely they could have capitalized massively and put themselves in a better position.
Yeah, and also another point to take note of, right, Grandon, the fact that GGTY, they do have to Fate, building into Lich Bane first item, not ROA in my opinion, going straight for the Rabadon, and then not even building the Proto Belt, which, you know, with the Proto Belt, you get extended range and you become the stun bot, but now they're trying to build the Twisted Fate into more damage, which they thought they need, but I feel like GGTY would benefit even more with the utility, but oh my goodness, Rogue! No!
She thought it was safe. She thought that she could take the buff. She just double tapped it. Didn't think to go and see the fact that the enemy team was on her blue buff, taking it right under their noses. That's gonna cost them their jungler's life.
Yeah, look before you jump, right? Wait, no, look before you leap. GGTY did not actually, you know, follow the age-old saying. Jumps into her death right there. That is actually not something that you want to give to NSL for absolutely free. And now NSL, man, this is the game they're looking to basically try to win. This is game. It feels like, you know, game number 1 didn't really happen, and they're here to prove it.
We can't discount game number 1 still. We have to keep in mind, GGTY did take a very convincing win off of NSL. NSL played well, but despite that, GGTY demonstrated an understanding of how to play out the composition, how to scale up with a very strong graph. So now NSL are here to make their own statement piece. They say, well, you can have game 1, we're taking back game number 2. And this does kind of seem to show, they seem to say, you know, there is something about Blue Side that helps out NSL because of the way that they like to draft. You know, they're going for some very strong picks, but maybe not necessarily what some might think to be the best in slot. Giving away the set and the Corki early on in exchange for the Jayz could be bad for some teams, but because they're able to play the Jayz and the Akshan in this way, you know, it kind of changes dynamic here.
Yeah, totally agree. I feel like the Akshan just gets, I think NSL gets their money's worth, right? Yes, we give away the OP, like I said, and Corki, but at least I got, you know, the Jayz, right? But here we go, another fight happening, but the hook would not be able to land. I hear flashes all across the board just in case. I think Dan was the one who used it earlier just now, and now with the Rev Heralds spawning against NSL, gonna be marching towards the mid lane. GGTY needs to take the opportunity to try to sneak away the Cloud Drake. Mega Bomb to provide the scout initiating, and NS try to jump around, but no, not enough damage coming out from GGTY. NS19 performing kills after kills, killing spree over to NSL already.
And what perfect timing! Baron spawns up in 5 more seconds. NSL get a 2-for-1 package. Not only do they get the dragon, now they get to waltz over to the Baron. Destiny used earlier on to reposition into the mid lane under the expectation that they might have been able to punish them somewhere else. Now NSL will have collected another piece to close out this match. They get to suffocate GGTY with their own Baron this time around.
Wow, so everything just suddenly went in line for the side of NSL. Rainbow, right, the only sole member, like what you said, no Destiny, no vision on the Baron buff, and impossible to steal, right? You can see how NSL, I think that timing was just so impeccable for them. Takes the dragon, walks away over to the Baron for free. Now GGTY, what is their play? Do they look to scale up this Twisted Fate? But it feels like the Lee Sin is starting to lose ground in terms of the priority already, because NSL, they've got better scaling champions.
There are a couple of like big things that GGTY will always have no matter how late the game goes. You know, just the fact that they always have that death sentence, always have that gold card. I don't think you have a gold card if your Twisted Fate is dead.
Yeah, you were mentioning about the gold card. I was like, looking at the Twisted Fate getting blown right up into the sky and blown up to pieces. And now GGTY, they're slowly starting to lose ground. They're starting to act a little bit confused, not too sure what to do anymore. This Lee Sin farming the jungle, whereas in the meantime, NSL just gonna stage a 2-prong attack. Akshan on the side, not my preferred, but will get shut down, by the way. NS11 a little bit too late for the party, but at the very least, NSL will be able to penetrate in the mid lane. GGTY fell for the bait of the Akshan, I would say. Now GGTY has an open base, getting chunked down a little bit low though. I feel like NSL, they really want to end this game. Just a few more. One more. They ended it. NSL equalizes the game score.
Beautiful sidestep, dodges away from the flay, walks back in, has that double tap with the quick charge, the triple shot on the Nexus. They close that one out. Plus the 6 damage onto the Nexus turrets. You know how it is. 6 shreds through objectives really well. Multiple things went really well in this game. different play style overall, right? We saw the Garen being played in our previous series, and that one did a lot of damage, was very aggressive, was crushed. This one different because now you have stuff like the Jayz, like the Aksha, who can take on that role for themselves, you know. So, but they definitely performed exactly the expectations that we wanted to see. The Jayz had a lot of impact in the jungle, not even in lane where you normally have that lane dominance. You also see a lot of pressure out from NS19 rotating over, being able to shred out the set and continuously dive them, you know, being able to move faster than Rainbow, who has a global ultimate. I think next game, GGTY probably might want to run it back. The Ahri looked like an amazing fit for Rainbow. Maybe this is what you need to play if you want to match NS19.
Yeah, but GGTY though, their champion pool is getting banned out. NSL started the draft with a what? An Ahri ban, a Morgana ban, and I can't remember the other one. I feel like it's also some another champion pool that a champion that GGTY plays. NSL has read GGTY like an open book, and they started the ban, and now they're forced onto their second degree, like not say second degree, but second level champions, which they tried to execute, but not to its best. Right? Yes, they secured the set, they secured the Corki, but Akshan focusing on the top side just makes it so hard for John Easy to scale, and I feel like NSL has finally found the answer. It's up to GGTY now to pose another question over to NSL. What kind of draft do I pick into this time? Because GGTY, I feel like this pick composition doesn't really work well.
It could work for sure, but the thing with like the pick composition is that you have to be wary of the counter engage from your opponents, and NSL are more than happy to run into you and take the fight to you. So GGTY definitely encountered some issues in that regard. So the Corki probably is going to see more play from GGTY. I don't doubt that, but maybe some things are going to have to change a little bit here. I think specifically for me, it's probably going to be that mid lane pick. I think if they had the Ahri to back it up, so instead of having that point and click go card, you have that charm that's able to kind of perform in a similar fashion. But I think with more mobility, better range, it does a little bit better for Rainbow here.
Yeah, and also another thing to note that I feel GGTY, there's not a lot of tankiness in their team. Like NSL just shreds all the way through like butter. There's no one to basically, you know, act like a gate stopper or show stopper, no pun intended, I think. But the point is, GGTY needs to go back to the blueprints. Gotta have to identify what went wrong in game number 2, because they did so well game number 1. You said it yourself, Grandon. They won in a convincing fashion against NSL, and now NSL is back into the lead, equalizing the game score right now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 5. There's 2 more games coming up if these two teams want to duke it out, because not only just, well, the prizes are just, you know, something tangible that they can see. Well, there's also the experience that they can learn from each other, and in fact, this is cross-region. This is a Singaporean team going up against the Filipinos, who shall emerge victor in the FSL World Rift Open. Stay tuned for more, and we're going to a short break.
go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly, let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. It's my time, watch me build another life. Find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own, nowhere to be.
Welcome back to FSL Wild Rift Open. This is the grand finals between these two teams from Philippines and Singapore. GGTY going up against NSL. Both NSL managed to equalize the score for now in game number 2, but we shall see whether they can actually continue on the momentum in game number 3 or GGTY will walk all over them in game number 3. My name is Jayz. Joining me right here is Gamernissem as well, and this is of course brought to you by Intel and Yahoo.
Yeah, we saw a really impressive set coming through so far. I mean, it's only been 2 games, but we've seen drastically different play styles, compositions, and ultimately which team was able to win each game, right? So we just saw NSL take a really decisive one, especially because they've changed things up. Like I was mentioning to, I was alluding to earlier, the idea that they're willing to give away some of the more conventionally maybe stronger picks for things that can work very well against them, and also that they are able to pilot very well. So we saw some interesting ideas come through. I'm curious if this is going to mean a different playstyle from GTY again, as they change their playstyle for a 3rd time coming. We saw something different entirely in the semifinals match. The semifinals match was not played out in this way, so if they've adapted for NSL, I'm not sure if this is a sign for them to revert back, or they're just going to give it a try again.
Yeah, I feel like what you said, that GGTY was able to pull off all these different ideas, different identities, different play styles, but this fell suit. The game number 2 didn't really work out for them. I think maybe they could be reading into NSL a little bit too much, but whereas NSL they successfully read, the draft from from the previous games coming out from GGTY. But with that, speaking about the draft, let's hop into the draft, ladies and gentlemen. This is game number 3 once again. Looking at the bands coming out from GGTY, it's going to be Akshan and the Ziggs Respect band coming out as well, and NSL in the second pick bans away the Morgana and Ari and also the Jayz, but GGTY secures the Camille.
So they grabbed the Camille, which is interesting because they've constantly been banning that on away, and then they ban away the Ari, the thing that I said that Rainbow wanted to play, so that they would be able to execute that combo composition going forward. Yeah, I felt like the Senna was going to be a pretty interesting one considering what we've seen so far. The fact that they've actually looking to go for it earlier on GTY's side is quite interesting to me. I know that they do enjoy playing that, especially with Doi, and then Den can play a AP bot laner. Then generally play something along the lines of like the Morgana, but seeing Morgana banned out, have to switch that around, change things out. If they go for the Garen, there are still a number of options available, right? You can still go for like Darius set, Renekton set, something along those lines. So I'm curious if that's going to mean that they want to pick that one up first, because I think mid lane option pool is still relatively open, and if you pick up like the Darius or like the Renekton or the set here, we will see a couple of bans come through on the side of GGTY to get rid of the other options.
Yeah, I totally agree. I feel like what NSL should do right now is to pick up a top laner, but looking at that, ooh, that's a Jax.
Huiba, is that you? Okay, so
Sorry.
Jax is going to be interesting here because it does seem to fill a similar position as what the Fiora does in like that first game, but also slightly differently, right? We talk a little bit about why and how Jax performs in its best form is when it is trying to actively restrict and take away resources from the enemy jungler, and the rest of the team is on the same page and aligned in trying to do that. So going into this one, if we want to see NS13 be able to pop off and carry the game with whatever they have, I'm hoping to see that they will try to pull the Jax ahead and really try and deny whatever jungler GTY go for by rotating together. This means they need to pan this up with some pretty strong individual laners as well. So I'm hoping to see something like the Renekton coming through instead of something like this set.
Yeah, and now looking at, I really have to. I was actually expecting NSL to actually pick up a Darius. Like, I feel like the Darius would scream something very good right here, especially going up against Garen. You need more damage because the heal is totally nutty, in my opinion. But now NSL bans away the Gragas and the Diana, whereas GGTY bans away the Lulu and the Jarvan. I feel like the Lulu wasn't really much of a big issue, but wait, is that a cinched?
Okay, so going for the cinch, I think that's all right too. Actually, as strange as it might sound, because the cinch is just able to kind of like run in, and it's going to want to try and get to the backline, ignore the Garen for the most part. It actually also helps the Jax a decent amount to really be able to lock down their targets when we want to try and rotate early on, find the jungle, skirmish, things like that. Orianna, I think, is an okay pickup. Now they need to try and go for a jungler. I don't think Camille is the best bet. Actually, Camille could be fine if Camille gets a hook shot and jumps away, but then you just kind of concede to the Jax in most cases. Maybe something with a little bit more firepower could take on Jax in the jungle, but Camille's a pretty safe option too.
Yeah, I like the Camille jungle in my opinion from GTY, because remember you mentioned that Jack's goal is to really run at you into the jungle, try to take resources away from you. The hook shot will be able to allow you to like either disengage or come in with a wrecking ball, right? But it seems like GGTY, they've locked in a draft like this, the Lux and the Senna going down to the bottom side, and then Orianna in the mid. Feel like Garen definitely couldn't be jungling, right? But Garen definitely going to the Baron lane, Camille going to pick up the smite duty, whereas NSL, wow, bringing back the Ashe as well into this game.
So after 3 games, we finally see the Ziggs banned away. This means they need to go for something else. The Ashe coming in here is supposed to provide some utility, because you have a lot of damage in the form of the Corki and the Jax already anyway. So this is like a low economy, high utility kind of marksman in the Dragon lane that's going that's supposed to pair well with stuff like the Galio, so the Galio can continue to roam, while the Ashe is able to play relatively safe. I'll play in the mid lane, especially in these shorter lanes, is going to have a safer position and even have good opportunities to catch somebody off with the ultimate. We have a number of really high priority targets. The only one that you can't really go for is the Garen, Senna, Lux, Orianna, to some extent Camille, all options to lock down with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. So overall, yeah, it's a very interesting composition that we see from both these two teams. I think I would just barely give the edge over to NSL, but GGTY have incredible opportunity to continue to scale, and if they shut down NSL, there's very little I think they can do to try and like stifle that.
Yeah, there's not. Yeah, I really agree with you. GGTY, they walked in with this kind of draft. I would say pretty interesting. There's a lot of damage. However, on the other side of the aisle, NSL drafted 3, well, technically 2 unorthodox champion going into game number 3 this time, and I would say I'm really excited to see how Singe and Ashe manage to perform in the tournament setting, because I don't know, I call Singe a troll pick, but I may be wrong.
Singe definitely could see that way, but offers a lot.
Yep, it does. Singe does. But ladies and gentlemen, on to game number 3 we go. GGTY spawning in the blue, NSL in the red. Singe top lane, Ashe mid lane, Corky bottom, Dragon lane. Pretty interesting line matchup coming out, but taking a look at the jungles though, it is going to be Jack starting in the red side, and it's GGTY starting on their own red side, completely opposite of the map.
Okay, I actually think I prefer this more, you know, having like that shorter lane to play from, so you don't have to worry so much about being ganked as much. You know, if you have like decent vision control, you're using your utility well, the volley can clear out the waves really easily. You can actually play it pretty safe. And I was talking about how this can free up space for the Gal to go and rotate over, so I kind of do actually like this a little bit more. We're trying to give us a little bit of information so to get some knowledge on where Rogue is going to start and where they're going to try and path towards. Both junglers, again, going to path on opposite ends. We don't see them start on the same side. They're going to try and trade some control on opposite ends of the map, but Camille's clear is so fast. Jax, you can see here, NS13 is trying to do a full clear. Every single camp done. So this is supposed to help her get to a stronger point earlier on by getting more golden EXP. But this means that her lane's going to be a little bit more vulnerable, a little bit more exposed to potential ganks.
Yeah, I like the way that, you know, the Jax micromanages the Raptors as well, because there's technically splash damage, so really kudos that. There's something I definitely learned for my future games, but in fact, those two junglers will be able to meet right on. It is going to be the Camille getting stunned all the way up. John Easy coming in for the shoot. The tactical sweep will be activated. NS10 and NS13 looking a little bit low, but it's going to be the blue team first blood. Going over GGTY, giving the first double kill over to GGTY.
Maybe not the best decision to go there. A little bit suspect. Not sure why they tried to go for that. I think they wanted to go for double skull crab, but they had information that they were going to go path towards their side anyway, unless they had expected them to try and clear out one way side of the map, like the bomb side, and then go straight for the skull crab there. So kind of interesting how things turned out. It's going to end up costing them 2 kills in the early stages of the game. Yeah, I mean, you know, for your future matches, Jayz, Counter-Strike works by the number of times like things hit you while you're in the Counter-Strike. So the Raptors is like the most amount of value they can get, because it will increase the amount, like the efficiency of the Counter-Strike through that.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And not only to that as well, GTY, while, you know, the Camille's working on the top side Sculler Crab, Massive Justice will be able to go all the way down on top of NS10, but not enough to do anything. It feels like NS13, you know, doing some dewarding in their own jungle, but they do have NSL's Ashe that provides so much vision with the Hawk as well. So that's something to take note of if you were GGTY. But in fact, we're going to see a massive taunt coming out, then force the flash away. Super low health once again. Camille coming in. Here comes the stun from Ashe right in the mid lane, giving the damage over. But the shield's coming out from the center as well, allowing the Rogue to barely survive there. Nice execution coming out from GGTY. But so much damage coming out from this Corky, but it's not enough. But one more hit from NSL. Both these two teams so scrappy at the bottom lane.
A 2 for 3 at the end of it all, and NS13 barely manages to eke out the win there. So very close. They get to crash that wave again. It's actually going to be pretty decent coming through. Like, look at the gold on IIP at NS11 right now. 3,000 and 2,200. So like the 2,006, 2,200. You can see the gold advantage on the Corki right now. Despite the fact that the kills were pretty even because of the way that they were, because the fact that they end up crashing that wave. And so now when the wave comes back, now they get to collect extra again. And we also see another Infernal Drake spawn. This is really interesting. Number of times now we've seen Infernal Drake spawns for the first ones. It actually changes like the way that you want to play out a lot of these like these situations when it's Infernal Drake and not any other.
Yeah, RNGesus is actually blessing this particular series right now. A package has been picked up by NSL. GGTY already setting up Cam, working on this Rift Herald right now. It's up to NSL to try to steal it away from them. NS11 will start by dashing all the way in, but on the other side of the map, package should be delivered by the side of NSL. IRP tried to land out the damage on top, do it. Descender will not be able to survive any longer, and now John Easy forced to flash away. 2 kills right at the Rift Herald fight, and now NSL will take this up easily.
Beautiful pickup from NSL. Now they want to quickly recall, come back, and reposition for that dragon, because that's exactly what GGTY is going to do themselves. So they need to be able to respond to that. Wonderful fight for them. They had the package. They were able to use that moment to really punish GGTY as they tried to look for the engage. We saw IRP just laying waste to the bot lane of GGTY. Doi was taking a lot of damage. Rainbow was taking a lot of damage. And when we even saw the ultimate, the hero's entrance from NS11, just to give a shield to IRP, just for safe measure. It wasn't like she was trying to go anywhere, but she wanted to really make sure that IRP was safe, get that magic damage shield. And I think it did make a bit of a difference at the end of it all.
Yeah, and now NSL, after that Rift Herald fight, and now they secured their Infernal Dragon already. The coal is in the furnace, and they're gonna choo-choo all the way into the Nexus. NSL will try to bait the fight of GGTY for the first turret goal, but GGTY managed to secure it for themselves first. So nice call, but it's more like a damage control coming off of GGTY right now.
It's damage control for sure, but they have opportunities to make big plays happen. NS19 might just see herself becoming a casualty in the war. The flashiest play. But she gets out. She gets to safety.
Yeah, like, thank God for Rogue actually, targeting on top of NS10 with the FSL ultimatum. And I feel like, if you want to fight if you're a Camille, fighting a Singe in that small little headset ultimatum that you casted, what the Singe would do is just run circles, ring around, roses around, you'll take damage, and that's exactly where the Singe wants you to be, and it's hilarious.
The pace of the game here should slow down for a bit. NSL are continuing to look for some time to let the Jax scale up. Whereas GGTY should be pretty content with this too. They just need a little bit longer for the Garen and the Senna to actually get to a pretty reasonable point. You can see now the Garen, an item and a half completed, plus the boost enchantment, of course. They're actually in a pretty comfortable position against a lot of the damage out from NSL.
Yep, NSL, at least I'm looking at the Jax this time around. It's a lot more farm out as compared to the other Jaxes that we've seen in this tournament thus far. NSL slowing it all the way down. The bodies from the Ashe has been helping them to wave clear very quickly. It's a 3-man from the side of GGTY. They really want to try to push this in quickly, whereas NSL is working on other sides of the map, trying to push in on the top side, but the Garen is there.
What has been really nice for NSL is a lot of the gold has gone to the Corki. The other major damage source that is not the Jax. So the fact that they're able to get so much money onto IAP so that she's able to output more damage and potentially kill them all is a really good sign that we're seeing here from NSL.
It's low. I think this low eco on Ashe in the mid lane is really helpful. I'm not too sure about this, but I don't see Ashe doing most of the damage, but the arrow will be able to land. Its utility is so obnoxious, and now John Easy forced to run away. NS13 coming in the helicopter gets taunted to oblivion from the side of GGTY. The Garen will fall, and also the top side of GGTY's turret will not fall.
Not yet. But they can take it at any point, and that's always a good sign for NSL. The fact that they know that, hey, we can still pick this one up. They could wait now, they can come back later. I think right now they have some other issues they need to deal with, particularly down in the Dragon lane. I think NSL is going to be wanted to deal with that, to see the Righteous Glory as they try to run in. get grounded, but I don't think that's going to be too big of an issue. Turret does go down though in that time.
Yeah, GGTY, I think at least is keeping NSL a little bit busy with what they need to do. Yeah, they're focusing on the top side. They managed to take down the Garen, but that takes up so many, resources from them and infinite manpower as well. And now with the Hawk Shot, though, we'll review that GGTY is not in the area of the Rift Herald, but they do have an inkling. They do want that Rift Herald for themselves to crack open more objectives from the side of NSL because, well, more turrets the better, right? More gold, more map dominance, more map control, and of course NSL stacking the mid lane, just posing that problem. But speaking about problem, NS19 gets caught out, goes into gold, and will be able to flash away as NSL tries to punish. No punishment as of now, but GGTY, they're backing off.
Interestingly enough, they've actually started up the Rift Herald after backing off, but this is the package available for IFP, but then she's instantly taken down because she's gone too far forward without her team backing her up.
A team backing her up. Rogue shot, lands a hook shot to jump away, but unfortunately Jax tried to jump on top of its allies, won't be able to get out alive, and NS19 tries to kite all the way back, but the damage from the Garen will spin to win at the same time. Singe picks up another kill, but that's not enough damage coming off inside, and it's L. GGTY, I'm not too sure whether they secured the Rift Herald, but now, the Mountain Drake could be wide open. No, I don't think it's the Mountain Drake. The mid lane is wide open, and in fact, plonking down the Rift Herald to try to crack open the defenses of NSL. That could actually allow NSL to be a little bit busy on this Rift Herald. Work towards the Mountain Drake.
Helps them get more damage down into the mid lane as well, so the mid lane is starting to look a little bit weaker and a little bit softer, but the fact that that turret is still up makes it a little bit more difficult for GGTY to try and rotate around. They won't really be able to get into the jungle as easily, but once that turret is down, it simplifies things a lot and takes away a lot of the safety from the Ashe, who's wanted that shot lane to begin with, and why they had NS19 pilot that anyway. So they actually trade this one for the Dragon. I think NS11 should be able to block this one out quite easily. NS13 grabs the smite on the Dragon first.
Yes, NS11, nice taunt right there, but it's going to be NS10 taking the bulk of the damage. She's still alive, will be able to walk away, but also spewing smoke all over the place. NSL, I think that was a lot of bravery and bravado. Will be able to take down the Drake right in front of GGTY. Man, I would have backed off, but NSL, they held their ground.
They held their ground and were able to make sure that he got the Dragon exchange here. There still is a little bit gold on the table by picking up this topside turret that NS15 is looking for right now. That should actually equalize things pretty much. It's just going to be less than the components different in gold. And most of the money has still been going to the Corki and the Jax, who are looking to scale up anyway. Just about to hit main points of power. Okay, you see that? Hourglass, that Zhonya's Hourglass, that is the side that IAP said, I died in that last fight, why did I die? Is it because I went into 5 people with my package? No, it's because I didn't have Hourglass. So now, the Hourglass is gonna say, yes, I can dive into 5 people, I'm gonna hit the Hourglass button, and team, please come save me.
Yeah, that's a lot of trust, I would say, delivering a package, delivering a payload, but of course, sacrificing himself, but at least the Zonya just helps him go golden a little bit. I like that mentality going in with the Corki, but however, let's take a look around the map right now. GGTY, yes, they crack open all the first tier turrets of the side of NSL. It's a lot easier to sneak into, NSL's jungle, but GGTY, I always comment on top of their map control right here. If you notice, 4 wards scattered all across the map, they generally have a good idea wherever NSL and where NSL might be. Whether they can use this information, though, that's posed another question, but I just like how GGTY is working on this one right now.
Baron coming up pretty soon, but the package is up too, so I think IMP needs to be careful not to go and not to buy that without okay, gets the flash at least. Yeah, IMP needs to be careful not to pick that up until they're actually looking to try and fight for something here.
Yep, they're looking for more, something. Rainbow will be flung all the way back. Takes a lot of damage from the poison right there. You can hear the package being picked up once again. Getting ready for the Rift Herald fight just in time. But NSL, they do... Oh, sorry, that's the Baron. But NSL, they do have the Drake advantage right now. And in fact, 2 of my favorite Drakes, the Inferno and the Mountain Drake, I think they're looking very strong this time around compared to, game number 1. And, NSL, with this momentum, they should look to try to crack open at least the mid lane of GGTY, because that one has been standing up for a little bit too long.
A lot of the practical stats, right? Having a lot of that economy there and available for you, even though the gold doesn't necessarily reflect that, they have a lot in terms of the stats out from those two dragons. So that little bit of an advantage is going to matter significantly, especially when the big majority, the chunk of gold has been going over to John Easy. So if the Garen isn't really in that fight, it's difficult for him to get much done. He's not really able to play very effectively into these situations, especially because they have been committed to trying to isolate him off with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. You hit those, and then you get the Galley to combo CC, Jayz combo CC, and try and kill him off. Now, no flash, slightly more difficult for this Garrett to play from.
Yeah, and there's also Blade of the Ruin King being built by the side of NSL, right? You got Ashe, and of course got Jax. They're so high DPS that could just literally shred through the HP bars of John Easy. And now GGTY focusing on the bottom side where the Drake will be spawned, coming in around 15 seconds as NSL. I don't think they're looking at the Drake, they're looking at the Baron.
Yeah, and why would they look at a Drake when you have a very easy Baron they can start to play from? NS11, she uses the taunt a little bit too early. That could be slightly problematic. Doesn't really matter because they get information there anyway. Hookshot reposition back over into the Baron pit. NS13, she's stuck at the back of it. It's like, please come over, let me jump to you. Doesn't want to have to commit flash just to get out from that.
Yep, good teamwork coming out from NSL right now. But if you notice, GGTY, they have control whenever GGTY walks through. NSL just gives them a wide berth. They don't even want to take it, and because of that, GGTY rotates over to the Dragon, and now NSL is like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna start the Baron right now. In fact, it is going to be the taunt happening for the side of Galio. John Easy gets knocked up all the time. This is the composition that NSL really want GGTY to work off. We focus on John Easy, and the rest is butter. But the problem is they may have committed a little bit too much resources into John Easy. You can see, oh my goodness, all the John has been activated all across the board. Fight being split into two.
NS13, she's still the
fight. Jax still coming in and also picks it up, and now IRP, complete wipe over to the side of GGTY.
You thought you had her, you thought you had them.
Man.
No, you never even did. NS13 says, I'm just gonna step away for a quick moment and then I'm jumping right back into the fight. We'll finish off the remaining members of GGTY. And with 10 seconds left on John Easy, it's an easy pick up on this inhibitor. This is going to open up an express path, and when you have it, it's the exact opposite side for this Dragon. So now they get the reset. They have to deal with the waves coming in. This lets NSL reposition over for this Dragon faster. And one step closer to them win. If they get this Dragon, they get the Elder, Cloud Drake, it's just another thing that will help, another tool in the back pocket that will help them close this one out. But basically, they're looking very close to the full build anyway. They have a lot of damage. Big props to NS19 for surviving as long as she did. With that hourglass, with the kiting that she did, I don't think he called it alt block anymore. I don't think anybody calls it alt block anymore. With the kiting that she did, she bought so much time and space. GGTY ended up overstaying and letting Jax really jump into the fight.
Yeah, arrow connects to the backline for the side of NSL, GGTY, but NSL will lose the cinch right there, and NS19 constantly so disciplined, trying to back it all the way out. But the members of NSL, they're nowhere to be seen. The Jax as well as the Corki a little bit late for the fight. Would that actually cost them the fight though? But NSL, they do have the Baron buff, and they do have the minions that actually does quite a lot of damage this time around. John Easy tries to spin. NS11 falls for the time being. IIP looking a little bit low as well, forced to back away. The pokes coming out from GGTY a little bit too hard to handle.
Not the best position for NSL to be in, but they were still able to at least force man GGTY. So even despite that all, we're still able to get a relatively good position. You can see at that point, IP had already committed everything she had to try to get that faster. The Valkyrie was used, so she didn't have the opportunity to dash over the wall and reposition into a better spot where she would have been able to output significantly more damage, right? We saw NSL still manage to get a pretty close win despite all of that. The most important thing was that NSL did not die because Jax stayed on. Because she did, she does not give away her bounty, she does not give away any extra gold. She's going to continue picking up gold and EXP. See what happens. She's going to the silent. She's level 15 now. She's so strong, and she has that hourglass. So even in those moments where they collapse in onto her, where they jump in with the hashtag ultimatum, she was still able to go into stasis and buy time while NS19 was trying to build space for her by using the volley.
Yeah, I feel like really, as long as NS13 is alive, and I would say Ayapi is alive, there's still a decent chance for NSL, right? And also you mentioned about the Ashe as well. I feel like Ashe in this particular game is like the hidden hero, hidden champion as well, I would say, because the way that Ashe has been always kiting backwards, you can see how GGTY always constantly trying to focus down NS9, thinking that she's the one that dishes out most of the damage, but no, NSL, the gold has been spread on top of the Jax, on top of the Corki, and you saw what happened, right? NSL tried to flank GGTY with the Corki, and they were able to push GGTY back a little bit. Yes, they sacrificed the Cinch, they sacrificed the Galio, but they are not the main characters of NSL. GGTY needs to try to reprioritize the right characters to focus on in the draft of NSL.
I'm not sure about taking the Dragon there because it just helps get the Elder Drake coming up sooner.
Then gets knocked up all the way up. It is going to be the ultimate spreading. The shields coming in. Hexa Ultimatum will be used to try to cut down the Corki, but that is not enough. NS13 will walk away safely, and Ashe forced to pop the Jonya right there and the Flash as well. So NSL, yep, these survivability utilities has been spent, but John Easy playing a solo game right here, looking at the bottom lane.
But they've gone over to the Baron now. They still have enough HP to try and fight through this, but a lot of the missiles used already by the Corki, so they don't have much damage left for the fight. Instead, they just try and finish this one off. The Camille jumps in, steals away the Baron, and suddenly things aren't looking so clear-cut. They've also taken down NS13, and they put it down to Stacy. They enchant the Crystal Arrow to buy some time, buy some space. Shockwave clips onto the Ashe, and Rogue will come back from the dead, back out alive, and take down the remaining members. Baron over the GGTY.
And not only just Rogue that came back from the dead, I feel like the hope of GGTY came back from the dead as well. It was looking very bleak all the way to the early to the mid game part, because we're all talking about NSL. They have tremendous amount of damage, but GGTY, they stole the Baron, and now don't forget this Senna is also starting to scale, has been hidden all across the board, just dealing damage a little bit, spreading the shields. You thought that she doesn't really have any impact, and now she's starting to hurt.
2,000 HP left on the Nexus though, so if they can get the waves in again, we saw what happened last time around because they were so focused on trying to split push down to the bottom side, because they were so focused on the Baron, the super minion waves were able to make their way into the Nexus, and were this close to bringing it down into critical HP territory. That's the same thing that NSL can try and play for. That's the reliable strategy at this point. It's nothing to do with the Barons, nothing to do with the Dragons. It's about getting those waves in. If they can find anyone in that side space, whether that's going to be NS13 or anyone at all, this could be a good start to a fight for them.
This could be a good start indeed. John Easy tried to spin to win, but no more winning for him. He will fall. The big raid boss from the side of GGTY has fallen, and NSL does have the manpower advantage right now. GGTY will focus their crosshairs on top of the mid lane turret instead. Try to use the Baron buff to try to push it all the way in. NSL, good defense coming out, but GGTY has not ended yet. There's so much range in this Lux, there's so much range in this Senna, and they're trying to poke down NSL. And now it's up to NSL to try to look for a flank, but they're slowly coming up from their bases right now. They have to go back and resupply or refuel and pick up the package so that, you know, GGTY avoids that siege once again.
Reset coming back, didn't actually go for the package, decided they don't need that to win this fight. Nice shockwave to stop NS13's engagement. Enchanted Crystal Arrow, you see the Cinch pulling in Doi.
Oh, big damage coming out from NSL. We'll be able to just push down Doi all the way down to the ground. Nice taunt coming out. NS11 just leading down the fight. As long as they keep this Corki and Ashe alive, there should be a lot of chance for them to walk around. Yes, GGTY stole the Baron buff, but NSL was telling them, I am not out of the fight just yet.
Huge taunt out from NS11. The taunt got 3 people, and that does matter because we saw how low they got towards the end of that fight. If any micron of damage came through and actually tagged NSL, they would have died for sure. So being able to hold them in place, you know, it's not a matter about not killing anybody there. It's the fact that nobody else on NSL's side died. So now they get to position over for this Dragon with 20 seconds left on the timer. They get to walk in first. They get to come in and start positioning for this. IIP needs to recall now. She needs to pick up the package because soon we're going to see a fight for the Elder Dragon. We're going to see the song and dance. Everyone's going to go kumbaya. IIP is going to do exactly that. And with the Baron coming up, both of these two options are available for teams.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very big fight happening very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. NSL and GGTY. NSL kind of forfeited the position right there, but maybe because of Corky, I'm not too sure why she's doing about, like, you know, not going back for the package. But hopefully, you know, NSL is looking for a pickoff right there. The stun coming in to lead the charge as well. You don't need to lead a charge with the champion if you can lead a charge in with an arrow. And now NS11 will follow up, isolating, then all the way down, gets melted down, and John Easy, now the big raid boss, gets chasing around Singe, but you don't chase the Singe around. Looking still a little bit healthy. IRP still healthy at the same time. John Easy gets shredded apart behind his Gatling gun. And ladies and gentlemen, the biggest wall from the side of GGTY is no more. And now NSL will try to collapse all the way in. Looking a little bit healthy. In fact, they're going to bypass all the inner turrets. They're going to go straight to the Nexus core, which is so vulnerable. And GG over to NSL.
And NSL will pick up the second win in a hard-fought battle.
Wow.
Both teams at any point could have won that game. GGTY with this close, taking away that Baron, when in a position to maybe win it all as well. But this time around, it's no Fiora, but it is a Jax, and we're able to find much more value with this. A big part of all that was the ability to be able to lock down a single target before all the fighting actually ensues. I know you mentioned that you don't have to go in with a champion, and that's exactly it. There's so much safety in having an arrow flying down the ultimate, being able to lock down the target, than it is to have to throw in an actual physical body. So using that, they caught off dead, which is crazy. I don't even know what they were trying to get done there, but then getting caught and then the instant follow-up from NS11 was exactly the kind of coordination and the kind of shot calling that needed to be done. Both these two teams, level 15, they went the full distance. It's a long game, but they won out in the end game.
Yeah, you thought... I'm literally, like, almost not say speechless, but I was like literally just stunned by the arrow. I mean, it's just so good. That arrow just literally delivered the victory over the side of NSL. Just insane coming out in the follow-up of the hero's entrance as well. And then after that, you can see how, you know, John Easy is constantly trying to chase that Singe, but Singe with the Lianji's Torrent, with the Rylai, it's so hard to chase down the Singe. And then after that, you know, NSL won that fight, they ignored the second tier turret, they ignored the inhibitor turret, they just dive right into the vulnerable Nexus. GG, so textbook, so coordinated, and I would say a quite big brain coming out from NSL.
Wonderful pickup for NSL, and that's them one step closer to winning this series. Very impressive set still from GGTY as well. You know, they had good understanding of what needed to be done. The Garen was an incredible nuisance in the side lanes. So I'm actually looking forward to see if they want to continue working with this composition, because at any point I felt like they could have taken the win away anyway. So it's not as if the composition itself was at fault. I think that they just had a difficult time playing up against NSL, and NSL had such a strong early game that they asserted themselves with the lead there anyway.
Yeah, and not only just, you know, NSL asserted a strong early game. I would say that GGTY may find a bit of a problem going up against NSL in terms of that mid lane pick. Like, seriously, who would have thought an Ashe mid lane? Yes, it makes sense, especially in earlier parts of the game, but then at the later part, she becomes this non-committal, committal engage for your whole team. If it doesn't hit, sure, it's okay. But if it hits, it's an easy follow-up from the side of NSL just to win. It's like almost a Ziggs bomb, but this Ziggs bomb basically freezes the whole entirety of that part of the map. But with that said, though, ladies and gentlemen, GG over the side of NSL. 2-1 is the score, with NSL in the lead. One more game, and that will be it. NSL one more game away to be poised the winner, the champion of this particular tournament. And of course, with that said, game number 4 will be hot. And that said, don't go away. We'll be right back.
like you do. It's electric, can you feel it? You got the only touch that takes me high. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. Got double vision 'cause of you tonight. It's electric, I'm up in my feelings. It's electric, you are the chemical reaction. It's electric, your aura strikes like lightning. It's electric, no, I ain't got a chance. I got no words, no words. It's electric, me and you and your heart next to mine. It's electric.
Let me go, there's no doubt. Gotta get out of this small town. You took my heart from me, now you're everywhere I see. Set me free, let me fly. Let me find new kinds of highs. We're just wasting here, waiting for another year. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go on a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. On a new adventure. Let me go, it's my time. Watch me build another life. Find another space. Explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind. Hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away. We won't see another day. We both know the score. We've been here once before. So many words unspoken. You took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait. I can take the pain. I will surrender. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Don't call me up when you're feeling blue. You'll find me dancing on my own. Nowhere to be, nowhere to go. In the rhythm, I don't think of you. Let me go. It's a new adventure. On a new adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here, you spark chemical reaction. Got no words.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. FSL Wild Rift Open. This is day number 2, and this is also the grand finals. Germany right here is Grandin, and my name is Jayz. And of course, I think Gamernissem, there is a request from Rain. Next game station names. It's tough.
Yeah, but there are some issues for sure. You know, not everyone's gonna get them, but you can try. You can feel free to do that and go ahead. You know, if anything, so for some context for those that might not know, so the NSL is the north-south line, right? So it kind of runs across Singapore from, well, you guessed it, north to south, right? So if you're on it right now, they might actually see that it's about to rain in some of these places, and for some of them, it's actually already raining, right? So good weather. Maybe you want to close this one out quick, go take a nap, and then, you know, wake up, they can go celebrate or something. I don't know, whatever the plan's gonna be.
Yeah, and of course, you know, it's a metro station, right? It's a metro line. That's why it's called North South Line. Yeah, so apparently the team name, the player names, I don't know whether we'll be doxing them if that's the case, but I think we're just going to continue calling them right NS10 or NS11. But those who are, you know, with the bigger brain, I think they would just easily just Google search up. But the point being is this is match point or championship point for the side of NSL already. GGTY from the Philippines, NSL from Singapore. 2-1 is that score. How is GGTY going to be drafting this time around? We shall soon find out as we hop into the draft.
You know, you said something that really caught my attention. You said it's a metro line. Is it technically a metro? It's like half of it's not. Yeah, MRT is mass rapid transit. A metro is an underground line. Half of it is underground, but it's not all underground. So is it technically a metro line?
I don't know. The technicalities is a little bit confusing for me, but you know what's not confusing for me is going into the draft. GGTY, all are banning away Jax, and also even the Akshan. GGTY not confused about who to ban away already this time around. The all of so I would say it's an interesting one because they could snap pick the Camille quite right on the way. NSL bans away the Jayz, Morgana, and the Ari.
So a couple of the picks that have been causing them a little bit of a headache up until this point. So I do quite appreciate them getting rid of some of those champions. Still, again, of course, it's kind of shifted away. What was the bans for the second game? It was Olaf something and then Akshan. Was it Jayz?
I think it's a
so
Ziggs.
this time
it was a Ziggs ban. That's why the Ash was picked up.
Okay, so it was a Ziggs ban. Then now changing it over to the Jax, you know, some of the things have been giving them problems. But they get rid of the Jayz themselves, so not willing to give that one up. Very similar composition to what we saw from last time around, except this time we see the Garen going over to NSL. Whereas GGTY, they get the Ziggs, it's going to give them some wave clear. It's actually going to be quite useful with the setup, right? So if you pair Ziggs setup up in a matchup, their range is incredible. There's a lot of harass onto the Galio. You might even want to consider putting the Galio mid lane at that point because of how difficult it is to sustain in lane against the two of them. A couple of bans still left available, some jungle pickups. You know, if I think at this point NSL probably want to ask GGTY to play Lee Sin. You know, like it looks like it's one of the pickups that they can afford to kind of pilot against. Otherwise, I'm still looking at things like the Orianna, Diana still available for GGTY. NSL, I think, want to move away from that as a whole.
And now, you know, I respect what GGTY did in order to ban away the Lee Sin, right? These junglers don't want to get like a very far ahead, especially we got scaling Corki. You got Corki that could scale very quickly in the early game, and of course Camille instant counter, so agreeable to remove that away from the board. But NSL locks in the Diana. Try to look for the backline because there's so much juicy backline coming out from GGTY, right? Like the Ziggs, like the Senna, technically speaking, and of course, you know, if the Camille comes into, whoa, is that a Yasuo coming in from the side of GGTY?
Yeah, looks like it. Yasuo pickup. I guess you have the Satchel, but then that probably means you want to go for something like the Malphite here, right? Surely. A couple of options still available for them with this one. I'm surprised that NSL wanted to go back for Diana because it didn't seem to be the most effective. Very difficult for them to execute on. I felt like they maybe could have gone for something that would have allowed NS19 to play in a similar branch to what we've been seeing so far. But either way, you know, if you have the damage to follow up with it, we saw how well IMP was able to pilot the Corki. Get it? Pilot Corki, haha. Pilot the Corki. If she's able to continue that performance with Diana, also having a pretty good combo with them, it could do very well. That wind wall is actually supposed to try and prevent a lot of that Corki damage, I think.
I can't believe that took me 3 seconds to get it, like on that slow and steady realization. But it's going to be Aurelia getting picked up this time around for the side of NSL. Pretty interesting unorthodox champions being picked up in this particular series. We saw the Ash, we saw the Singed, and now it's going to be the Aurelia. And also the Yasuo and Wukong December. I feel like GGTY, this draft kind of screams like a few patches ago, but it seems like it's gonna be another fasting Senna, and you know, with a Ziggs to poke constantly. But on the other side of NSL, it feels like Corki will have to play a game of dodgeball. Is that gonna be a Galio support?
Yeah, probably Galio support, and Diana will go mid lane, Garen will go top side. So matchups wise, Camille actually has a good matchup against the Garen. It's like one of the I say good, but it's like relatively good, right? Because Garen kind of has a pretty decent matchup against a lot of champions, but Camille actually has a pretty okay time, especially if you end up taking the resolve tree against the Garen. A lot of the initial damage the Garen does is pretty much mitigated. Then you have the tactical sweep. So I would say that GGTY actually have some pretty good matchups here. It's dependent on NSL to actually outplay their opponents, because a lot of things can be blocked by the wind wall. One of the biggest spells that really has, you know, or in fact, most of the spells, you have the Vanguard's Edge and the Flawless Duet. Both these two spells can be blocked by wind wall.
Yep, so we need to see whether they can actually scale all the way in. Just a bit of a, you know, the small minor technical issues that the Yasuo could provide with the wind wall. Hope to see that NSL will be able to play around this and secure the championship. Or could it be GGTY going to equalize this game score? We shall see, ladies and gentlemen. Into the rift we go. Spawning in the blue, GGTY. Yasuo mid lane. Wukong jungle. Where's on the other side? NSL in the red. Aurelia jungle. Garen top lane. Interesting lineups coming out from both of these two teams.
We did see Aurelia jungle a little bit in the past. I feel like NS13 is just flexing her champion pool at this point. She's like, I played Jayz, I played Jax, I played Fiora. Can I play Aurelia next? You know, a unique champion every single game where possible. Very interesting though. Very cool to see them have that flexibility. The rest of the team are playing staples though. They're going back to things that have been working for them pretty well, and for a good reason, I suppose. You know, NSL, they have the game advantage, so they just need one more win to be able to close this one out. But you don't want to rest on your laurels. You know, things can change at any point. Ideally, you want to close things out like here and now.
Yeah, and you know, you mentioned about NS13, right? It feels like she's playing a different champion every single time that we see her. You know, it's like that challenge you go into while you're playing, right? Okay, you can only play the champion once. You cannot play it a second time and try to do something. It feels like
Nuzlocke.
Yeah, something like that, right? And then S13 just flexing all over in this Wild Rift Open. But here we go. Let's take a look at GGTY though. Wukong definitely needs to try to scale all the way up to level 5. Yasuo level 5 as well. That's where the power spikes come into play. But you mentioned, Grandin, Camille should do pretty well into NS10, so NS10 should probably play in the back foot just a little bit, whereas NSL could probably play around in the bottom side because not a lot of mobility spells coming out from the bottom side for the side of GGTY.
Yeah, there's not a lot of mobility, but they do have really long range. So even if when they are shoving out to the extremities right under turret, they actually can stay relatively safe as long as they remember to reposition after their auto attack and things like that. NSL is actually going to take the opportunity to reset here after dropping some vision right around the brush to give them some intel of where the enemy jungle could potentially be. I do believe the NS10 spotted out the Wukong, rotating up to the top side, trying to grab the Krux here. So NS13 is looking for a chance to gang Rogue here.
The Rogue, Spider-Sense, Stingling will be able to plant a ward to basically scout out the fact that NSL is looking to gank. But now here comes a whole village of GGTY. The Root will be able to land on top of NS13. First blood goes over to the GGTY for now. Nice pick off right there for the early game.
9 people to kick down the Irelia. I respect that. The rotations to move over and get the jump onto Irelia, who wants to be that hyper carry, who wants to hyper scale. Really good decisions on their part. And because of that, NSL really weren't able to punish anywhere else. Rainbow comes back down to the bomb side, is going to continue farming it up. IFP is playing it pretty safe, and so like you see what the difference is when you have like the lane set up, because NSL went over the recall, bot lane was being shoved out. Bot lane was being shoved towards their side, so when they come back, they have to catch the wave, and because they were catching the wave, both Rainbow and Doi were able to rotate mid side, and then you have the junglers rotating. So many things come into play after the decision to go and rotate early first.
Yep, precisely. Just both these two teams just showing their prowess in terms of all these timings, right? But speak about timings, 30 more seconds left towards the Rift Herald and the Ocean Drake spawn. Looking at the key ultimates, it feels like NS11 slightly behind. Okay, I said that. Just barely made it in time to catch the Metro or MRT, you would call it, to hit level 5 for the Heroes entrance for the big team fight coming ahead.
Objectives starting to spawn up now. I think that GGTY actually have a better chance trying to contest for this one. You know, I think even with the quality package, I'm not sure how much they're going to be able to get done with this. Could still be a very difficult fight, especially if the Wukong is able to get a good multi-man knockup.
Yeah, it's gonna be very tough for NSL to actually, you know, try to invade all the way in, right? Because Wukong Yasuo, this wombo combo is a little bit tough, but GGTY kind of split the whole team apart into 2-3-2. Not too sure who to take. Was starting with Herald halfway through, but then starts to turn the sides over to the bottom side, whereas it is going to go on in Wham. Red team will be able to secure the Ocean Drake for now. Rogue in the back line trying to look for pickup, but it's going to be the Garen that falls from the side of NSL. Big ultimates landing, knocking the members of GGTY up, but that may not be enough. IFP is still letting down the liberty and the freedom all across the board, but GGTY is starting to lose a bit of steam. IFP coming in, John Easy flash in aggressively, a little bit low for now, but will be able to secure the kill. IFP is the only one left, not enough mana, not enough HP. Door to the world would not be able to catch IFP, but that is a good pick off coming out from GGTY.
Ooh, barely dodges away from that. John Easy was really close to death as well. Did a good job responding to that by the end of it all. Closing out that one. Taking away the dragon as well there, so timing not too bad, but that was largely in part, I think, due to the fact that they had the package. Without the package, I think it would have been a very difficult fight for them to win. Now they get the reset. I'm not sure if Rift Herald is actually going to be available for them. I think with the Wukong ultimate down, there is a chance they could try and fight for it. Just right before the vision despawns.
And really, like, I just feel like Rogue this time around, yep, a bit of a switcheroo in terms of roles. Rogue going to the mid lane, of course. Dan was the support, if I'm not mistaken, goes into the jungle, and Rainbow, the mid laner of GGTY, swap all the way back to that Ziggs, the AP carry. Now NSL has finally set up camp in the Rift Herald. Door to the world flashes away for now, as NSL will secure this Rift Herald for themselves as well.
They should be able to try and respond to this mid side. The thing about the Wukong Yasuo combo is that they have one of like the strongest 2v2s in this game right now, because they're able to hunt themselves up so well. I'm generally not a huge fan of the Wukong in most situations. They like to pair together with Yasuo pretty often. Even then, it's not gonna have the most value.
Yeah, but here we go as well. One ultimate from Senna, one big bomb as well from GGTY. Globals is starting to help GGTY to actually survive the fight, but no big values coming out from both of these two sides. NSL managed to defend the mid lane turret though, so that's, I would say, a small little win against GGTY.
Small win for GGTY to get some chip damage down and get a little bit of pressure elsewhere. The Senna ultimate has so much impact across the map, and oh my goodness, they might actually take down NS19 here.
NS19 though, but here comes a hero entrance, will be able to knock down Door to the world. Now will face a taunt. Here comes the dive coming off of NS19, but forced to back away as well. But oh my goodness, the blink taunts coming off from NS13. So beautiful. They plong down the Rift Herald at the same time for good measure. Wow, beautiful execution.
It's actually gonna go straight to the second turret too, so if she's able to escort the wave over, and it looks like she will be, because nobody else is gonna be there in time. The Wukong's only now starting to rotate down there. Yeah, the second challenge on the Rift Herald, lots of value here, I think.
Lots of value for the side of NSL as well. Very weak top side turret for GGTY. I'm starting to doubt the Yasuo pick right here. It feels like it kind of forced yourself to be kind of readable, kind of predictable. You want the Den would try to rotate around with Rogue to make sure that they get the money off. If you notice, they're always tag teaming around, so NSL could actually avoid them like the plague. Let's try to do something else, but it's going to be an Infernal Drake spawn in the bottom side within the next 30 seconds.
Infernal up, so IP is looking for the recall now. She ends up taking this package. It might be a little bit too premature. I just have to wait for a little bit. Why should try to dive in? Looking for that hourglass. Doesn't seem like IP has the economy to be able to afford it just yet. It's actually going to be a little unfortunate because she had it. I think she could just make her way in, dive in, and then have the Galio follow up with her.
Yeah, but both these two teams really want this Infernal Drake. Great boost of damage. Both these two teams desperately want the need. NSL needs to try to stay ahead. GGTY gets chopped all the way away off, but NSL may find themselves on the wrong side of the wall. And this time round, NSL, collapsing damage. They will be able to jump over the wall so easily. And now GGTY may find themselves losing not only just the lives of their whole team, they also picked up the Infernal Drake.
Let's go NSL! They run in, they bring in the package, bring in the big guns, and I only get the Infernal. You're gonna walk in mid lane, get a couple of turrets too, you know, don't stop there. You get everything in the world right now. NSL, so many things played on into why they were able to get a clean sweep in that 5-man fight there. And you have to keep in mind that GGTY didn't necessarily play the fight poorly, but rotating over Infernal Drake was the first thing because NSL were demanded, GGTY were demanded to go and rotate over to go and try and contest that, at the very least not give it away for free and make it hard for NSL. NSL came in with the package. I was a little concerned because she picked it up early on. There was a chance that you could respawn if GGTY were willing to stall it out for long enough, but they knew exactly what GGTY's composition wanted to try and go for. They wanted to try to force the engage, and playing into that mindset from the enemy team, they get a great fight, get that sweep, get multiple objectives off.
Yeah, NSL, I think just benefiting from all this, you know, all the slight little execution mistake coming up on GGTY, but I really like how GGTY did in that previous fight, right? Like, they thought like there's the wall that they could actually use, but turns out everyone from NSL could just jump over the wall. I think that was a little bit hilarious, but not only just that, NSL picks up the Rift Herald at the same time, probably gonna plunk it all the way up the top side to kind of seal the deal. That's probably a very nice weak point for NSL to break through too. Big fight happening once again. It's gonna be lots of big bombs stacked on top of each other. NSL, wow, just Aurelia just walking around, just picking up hits from GGTY so easily, even though GGTY had probably like the full team right there, wasn't able to do anything.
Planning on that last game, Aurelia. This is it for NS13. She's had enough of all the nonsense, all the noise. Now she's coming in here and says, I'm gonna play Aurelia. I'm gonna make it work. Despite the early game Snot has been able to claw back and now put herself in a strong lead, 10,000 gold, higher than anybody else in the game right now. 2,000 up over the Camille, the second highest, the highest on the enemy team. And just having a really strong kit for those 1v1s, very difficult for Camille to outplay her. There are some opportunities there with the jump and the timings of things, but it's a difficult one.
Yep, it is going to be a difficult one, especially for GGTY. Like I said, I'm throwing a lot of doubt for the Wukong and the Yasuo, especially right now. They're not really roaming. I feel like the Malphite top lane could be even better, but they need to secure the Camille. NSL spreading all across the map right now, focusing on the top side, plunking the Rift Herald as well. John Easy just trying to split push, but you've got NS10 responding to it very nicely.
Actually didn't even have to use the Rip Trap for the charge. And look at the positioning from GGTY. They've all gone bot side, so it's only the Yasuo who can respond to this. But he's so much weaker than the Diana at this point. Crystal Reflector makes all the difference. Dashing around, jumping around the Ziggs with a little bit more damage back. But the response is too late. I really comes back in. NS13 gets knocked up, has to flash away. The chase through from Den, looking for the re-engage. Coming in with the hook shot, jumps onto IMP, but gets onto the other target instead. NS19, the one they want to focus down first. Instead, Rainbow will get caught as collateral on the back end. NSL are forcing GGTY into a corner.
Yeah, it's just so beautiful the way that NSL has been executing this. NS19, she knows that the members of GGTY is not there to reinforce, goes in for that fight against Rogue and just, duke it out. For a moment in time, you would have thought that Rogue could have gotten the upper hand to turn this around with the ultimate. But no, one big mega bomb coming in from the side of GGTY is also not enough to secure the kill from the NSL. It's just so hard because take a look at the goal difference right now, and of course the drag difference for NSL leading in every single form. GTY, it's an uphill battle to fight.
But I don't want to totally discredit GGTY yet because they have a lot of wave clear in the form of the Ziggs to try and stall the game. A decent amount of blocking with the wind wall from the Yasuo, of course with the Senna continuing the scaling. The thing that has really, changed up this one especially is because of all the role swaps that have gone on, like Den going into the jungle, Rainbow going down to the bot side, stuff like that has kind of shifted the team composition around, and it has definitely changed the dynamic a little bit. I don't think that was a problem for them necessarily because it was still super coordinated, especially in that early game, but a couple of miscalled fights, maybe due to the familiarity with the champions, kind of gave them that issue to figure out what their limits were, and so they took some fights that didn't exactly work out for them. And now NSL with the advantage with the lead, 3 dragons and this Baron stacking up, GGTY really only have one option: clear out the waves and try to survive.
Yeah, GGTY is like, you've been driving the manual gear for a long time, and then suddenly you switch around into the auto gear and you're just looking for the clutch. Yeah, I think piloting no pun intended, piloting on different roles after you've been stick to this one particular role all throughout the tournament, and now in this final game they switch it around, especially in the game this important, may cost them. Now NSL will start on this Baron buff right there. GGTY not in position to contest this at all.
Given over to NSL. I'm looking for the lane states right now. Couple of waves they could start crashing out for, but it's actually not going to be that quick. They have to escort the minion waves almost entirely out from base. Thinking about lane assignments as well, NS13 could probably look to split push along with NS10. The two of them could work together. There are a lot of turrets to be had there, the inner turrets in the mid lane and the bottom lane. So they could try and pick those up while they wait for the Elder Dragon to spawn. Otherwise, they potentially bring NS13 up into the top side, into the Baron lane. Maybe try and grab the inhibitor there and close things out altogether.
Yes, as you can see, you talk about closing it out, right? GTY, I feel like they're starting to feel the jaw slowly clamp on top of the necks. NSL slowly closing in methodically. NS10, not sure whether they want to lead the charge, but then it is going to be with the Wukong, with the surround as well. Heroic entrance will be activated as well. Big ultimates used by the side of GGTY, but there's not enough damage as NSL will walk all over the blue hell bars and destroy all of them. Yes, do it to the world. Nice stun right there, but then you got dead timers as well, but you don't have any more time, especially when you have a 5-man right in your own base. And with the Baron buff, ladies and gentlemen, NSL will be bashing on top of the Nexus, and GG over to NSL.
And your champions for the FSL Wild Rift Open, NSL, take it the series 3-1 in some very interesting situations going through. Different jungle picks every single game in the finals. We saw very different mid lane picks as well. NS19 went full circle back to Diana to close out the game, to close out the series, but has also shown us the Akshan, has shown us the Ashe. And on the side of GGTY, equally could be said, they have gone for very different compositions. This time around, trying to go for the Yasuo Wukong combo, trying to have that work together with the scaling and the safety that is afforded to them from the Senna Ziggs combo. And so we have so many different things changing up constantly. You see some professional matches, every game is a very, very minute deviation from the previous. But this one has been a wild swing between all the different possible playstyles. NSL and GGTY have shown a full range of options in terms of what they can play.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It feels like, I mean, we've watched so many different finals, but NSL versus GGTY, it's almost felt like, it's always a different, it felt like a different team playing all the while because, you know, NSL so flexible, and GGTY, same could be said. They put out, I would say, 4 different strategies, 4 different ideas going up against NSL. But in the end of the day, NSL still trumps all of them, because I would say just the team dynamics for NSL is so good. GGTY, you can sense a little bit of confusion nearing the end of the game where they're not too sure what to do as of now, and then they just allowed NSL to walk all over with the damage and engage. Man, I feel like looking back at the previous game, not just the previous game, but the previous game that we watched earlier just now, that arrow was really sick coming out from that Ash.
And that's the impact of the arrow. If you can recall it so clearly, I feel the same way for GGTY. Surely remembering that arrow coming across and really devastating their lineup, right? So we saw some really interesting ideas from NSL. I'm looking forward to see and what else they might have in store for us, because I think this is only one of the first steps going forward. They've been a team playing together for a really long time. Moving forward, again, there's going to be there are going to be international events happening and medal events for the region as a whole. You know, today we see a Singaporean region team versus a Philippine region team competing, but we might see something different coming about in the future again as well.
Yeah, and with that said, there's a lot of interesting things happening in this region, especially for Wild Rift as well. And it has been a fantastic playoffs coming up on day 1 and day number 2 in the FSL Wild Rift Open. It has been a blast, especially casting with Grandin as well. Tremendous caster, I would say, very experienced, and well, he helped me a lot in terms of, like, you know, these small little minute details. So very thankful for FSL to provide me with this opportunity to cast with Grandin. And of course, this tournament would not happen without our sponsors, Intel and Yahoo. Once again, congratulations over to NSL from Singapore. Also, congratulations over to GGTY who made it thus far. And don't forget, they kind of beaten their rival, which is, if I'm not mistaken, Grindsky, Eris earlier just now. With that said, thank you very much for joining us for today. And of course, the weather's looking very nice as well. Thank you for joining. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next time.
Unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go on a new adventure. Watch me build another life, find another space, explore the world and find my place. Hope you find some peace of mind, hope the night was worth your time. Threw my heart away, we won't see another day. We both know the score, we've been here once before. So many words unspoken, you took my heart, it's already broken. You don't have to wait, I can take the pain. I will surrender, let me go. It's a new adventure. adventure.
I got you and your vibes in my mind, I can't get them out, no matter how hard I try. I need you and your heart next to mine, yeah, I'm all about keeping it you and I. When you're here